Appreciate y'all. Make sure to hit that like button on y'all way in. Hit that like button. And make sure you guys go ahead and share the stream right now. A lot of people saying they ain't get notifications. So go ahead and share the stream. It'll be a great show. Make sure y'all go ahead and share the stream, family. Go ahead and share the stream. Let's get the likes up. Hit the like button.
Hello? Okay, that's everything I say.
Ain't seen you in a minute, Zoe. What up? See you, Cora. See you, Jedi. See you, Tamika. All right, fam, let's go ahead and get these likes up. Go ahead and share. But before we do, let's feel the tea. Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off your first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Hey y'all, how is it going?
Hello, how y'all doing?
Good, good. Thank you, ladies, for being here tonight.
Thank you for inviting us.
T, you're on mute.
Yeah, we can't hear you,
I
ladies.
see you talking,
Oh.
but
I said thank you for having us.
Yeah.
everyone.
So we want to go around and everyone just introduce themselves really quick.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Andrea. Nice to meet you guys.
Hi, Andrea.
Well, me next. I'm Tay, host, marketing maven, social media expert, mom. So yeah.
Okay.
And I'm Lady T. And y'all know me.
I'm
Emily. I don't know.
pretty sure our viewers know them some Lady T.
Very
Yes, they do.
familiar face. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm glad you guys are here because we're here to discuss a topic I feel like all of us as women are able to speak a lot on, as we've all gone through totally different situations over the course of our lives. So as we saw with the title, mainly this title came from my life, but I wanted to get other women's opinions on what they do and how they maneuver around in these situations. So like JR said, shout out to Teej, shout out to Sugar Curls. We love y'all. So starting with the first topic via the, hold on. Starting with this first topic, rather, we're gonna work into it. We're gonna get to the main title, but we're gonna start here. So compromise, I believe, is something that, as human beings, we're different. But how important do you ladies think compromise is in a relationship?
Very important. I mean,
Diary?
yeah, I mean,
I feel you.
It's important because we just aren't always your people are your people, right? So either you connect with someone and you guys align through and through and there are no like points of contention or like conflicts where y'all can't like see eye to eye on things, or it'll go smooth. But the chances of it being the first just off the whim, I think, is kind of tough sometimes. So you end up having to compromise to meet someone halfway. Compromise. I mean, I feel like now I need to look the word up.
T, do you think there's like a thin line between compromise that's healthy and compromise that's now like, you're sacrificing parts of
yourself
that you don't really want to sacrifice?
Absolutely.
How would you say, I know we're just starting, but how would you say someone should navigate that? And how would you personally know when you're crossing that line?
So I think it's so funny because I've been having this conversation lately too. Um, it's about setting healthy boundaries for yourself. So once you get to know yourself and you understand the things that mean the most to you and how you like just really for example just like your principles or like whatever you know whatever you stand on as a person, as a woman, whether or not that's compromised by you know what you're compromising, I guess, is what where the line is drawn. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. For sure. There's levels to compromise to me anyway. I feel like in a relationship, you will daily compromise, right? Like I want steak, you want chicken. I mean, every night it's not going to be exactly what I want, you know?
Right.
But when it comes to the bigger things like treatment, lifestyle, how someone does certain things, how someone moves around, I mean, that's a whole nother conversation. What do you think, Tay?
For me, with compromising, I do believe there's a fine line between compromising and losing yourself. And I think a lot of women do that. I've been there. And because I've been there, I refuse to compromise any part of my good self for that situation.
She says she good. Okay.
I'm good. Like I've been single by choice for years and I've been living my best serial companion life. So
New terms.
that's something I always use. I'm a serial companion. So like for me, it's not like I'm not a monogamous because I'm still honest. It's not one person, but I'm a companion because I do yearn for meaningful companionships, and they always seem to end pretty well with me. So like because like even in those situations, I never had to compromise myself because I knew exactly what I wanted, and it's either you give it to me or you don't. And if you can't, you can check it or you could respect it. But whatever you check in, I'm okay, cool. I'm out. Like it ain't no big deal. Like I'm cool. Like you gonna still have to respect it at the end of the day. So
Tay, are you because one thing you said, I just want to make sure I'm clear because I'm like, wait a minute. So are you saying that you are just like not compromising? You're just gonna be who you are, how you are, and somebody has to fit kind of into that.
I do kind of live on that level. Like it's, I mean, and then I have two children, so it's like even that, like I can't compromise being a mother. I can't compromise going to work. I can't compromise being dark. Like it's a lot of things I can't compromise. I might compromise how I speak to you, so I may not yell at you because you don't like that. But like I am who I am at the core, so you can either accept me or not. I don't see men doing that. Like men are not compromising themselves. They are coming exactly how they are, and you got to. And if you don't like it, move over. And that's just how I operate in my life. Like I'm not compromising for no man. Like for what? To be what? Unhappy? To be my mother, my grandmother. I love them to death. But like stay in relationships, compromising yourself, taking care of children that you love who move on to them live their own lives. I don't believe in that. Like I don't operate in that space.
We are definitely going to circle
Okay,
back
I
to that because that was, you said a lot right there. I think there's a lot of
yeah, we're gonna have to circle back.
Yeah,
for sure.
for
Have to
sure.
circle back on that one.
After we get Andrea in, and then we'll, kind of talk about it a little bit more. Andrea, what do you think? You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so personally, I'm also not a fan of compromising. I feel like in past relationships, I have compromised, and it was just kind of like, I felt like once I started compromising, I kind of became resentful and I just wasn't comfortable within a relationship anymore. I felt like, what good is it to compromise if I'm not happy? Like, I don't know. I just kind of felt like it was weird. I always felt like the whole, you have to compromise to be in a relationship thing was kind of like overkill. I'm a huge fan of the Eartha Kitt clip where she's like, compromise. What do I have to compromise for? A relationship is a relationship that has to be earned, not to compromise for. So I'm really big into, I mean, I don't know. I don't like to compromise. I don't want to.
But like, I need some examples. So just so I can get a better understanding of what we're not willing to compromise. So what would be an example of one of those things, like in that relationship or just in general?
I'm not compromising anything. I'm not compromising the juice that I drink. I'm not compromising the restaurant we're going to on the first date. I'm not compromising anything. I want whatever I want. I'm going to be vocal about what I want. Closed mouths don't get fed. And I'm just, no. He gonna have to do a little bit more compromising than me, but
interesting. I'm learning things tonight.
Right. So much.
Okay. I'm trying to understand how you can have a relationship with someone else and not compromise anything. Because I just can't see how anyone else that's not you will be on the same page with everything that you want to do other than you. It just doesn't
maybe
make
that's why I'm single.
Like,
Probably.
Okay.
Probably.
I kind of get what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's why I asked T that question about the thin line. I get not compromising certain things. Like just coming in the door, like, look, I'm not about to change anything, take it or leave it by. Like, I don't feel like that's really gonna get results that one might be looking for. I mean, and it just depends what you want. Like, everybody doesn't want the same thing. Everybody doesn't necessarily want to be in a relationship like that. Everybody doesn't want a certain type of relationship. So I think people should do what works for them. But Tay and Andrea, I just want to know, like, you all think that it's working? Like, the not compromising, is it bringing you what you want?
As of now, okay, so I've been single for, how old is my son? He will be 8 June, right? 8 years. Loved it, right? I have not missed out on a man. I have had men ask me to be their girl. I just knew I wasn't ready. I had self-work that I had to do. But when I say compromising, I mean, like, I don't compromise myself at the core. So, like, where we might live is a compromise. Like, you want a house or you want a condo, I want a house or whatever. Like, okay, can we meet at a townhouse? Maybe. Like, those are the compromises I'm making. But like, oh, I don't like you wearing weave. I'm gonna wear what I want to wear. Like, that's my hair. I don't like you wearing, like, I had a guy the other day that was like, I don't really too much care for long nails. Cool. You pay for them, I wear what you want. So the compromise comes at you asking me for things. And look, I have what I call nurse nails. Why? He paid for it. You can fund whatever you want, like, in that, to that degree. So it's like, I know what I like, and I'm gonna compromise things that are reasonable, like reasonable things that I feel that will make the relationship better. But like, oh, I don't like it. Like, I just feel like men want you to compromise so much of yourself that you forget who you are. And that's not life. That's not living. So it definitely is give and take. But when I see men do it all the time, like, they are who they are. If the girls say I don't like this, okay, it's 50 girls out there who do like it. Like, I'm still getting whoop-de-woo. Like, they still whatever. And for me, I just can't come into here saying that I'm going to conform unless I know it's going to make sense for me. And right now, it has not made any sense. So wherever I want to move, I'm moving. Wherever I want to sleep, I'm sleeping. Whatever I want to do, I'm doing. And unless you coming at me with something that makes sense, I'm not compromising myself for that.
So when you say makes sense, are you just saying like it has to be the right person who you will be willing to do more of that for?
Yes, to a degree. So like, I'm talking to a guy now. And let me see. It's the little things I might like. He don't really like, I'm not gonna talk, loud or yell at him. Like, like certain things like that. I am a little more aggressive than the average woman, I guess. And not like rude or anything. So I don't, do that stuff. But I'm a little aggressive. But I could tone it down a little bit, like, or whatever the case may be. But it just got to things have to make sense to me. Like, so I'm open. I'm just not open to forgetting who I am at the expense of having a relationship.
Andrea, same thing. How is that working for you? Is it bringing you what you want? Is it like weeding out, people that you don't want and helping your dating pool be more curated, if you will, to your specific to your needs?
Personally, I was actually talking to someone like maybe a week ago, and I'm not really willing to compromise my voice. So if I feel a way, I'm going to be very vocal and outspoken and verbal about how I feel. I mean, I guess it's almost like bittersweet, because one thing I also don't want to compromise is my space. Like I don't want to. I don't want to compromise my space. I live alone. I've always, you know what I'm saying? I've never really had a roommate or anything like that, but I do have like a lot of female family that I have around me quite often. So like I'm comfortable with, compromising my space for my family and my loved ones and, my nieces who come here and, share my home with me at times. But I'm not really interested in a man coming to share. I'm not sharing my space with a man right now. That's just not where my heart is at. That's just not where my mind is at. And I actually just had to be vocal about that to someone I was dating who wanted to come and possibly like live here with me in my home. And I said, no, I'm not doing that, because it's my space and I don't want to share it. So I think that it works for me because I'm happy. I'm happy like waking up in the morning in my own bed without someone sitting across from me passing gas and taking up most of the space in my bed. It works for me because I have a favorite juice that I like to drink, and I keep it in the refrigerator and no one touches it because it's mine and no one's here. So yeah, I just enjoy everything about having my own space and being pretty vocal if I feel like someone's intruding on my space. I feel like sometimes it can become overkill because I don't want to say I'm argumentative, but at times I can get a little bit besides myself when it comes to losing my temper. So I don't know.
What does that even mean? I need to know what that means. Losing your temper, how?
Well, I mean, I'm a passionate person and I can be a slightly temperamental when it comes to people I feel like that are encroaching upon my boundaries. If I set boundaries, I want my boundaries to be respected. If I ask you, like if we make a agreement or something, like if I'm like, hey, you said that you were gonna like hit me up or you're gonna call me and I didn't really hear from you, like, if you feel like that's something that you're going to be doing, like obviously, like I'm actually fine. I would rather not talk to you. I don't want to be in a relationship and be unhappy. I don't want to be in a relationship where someone's not listening to me or respecting my feelings or respecting what I have to say. So I'm pretty happy being single. I would like to be in a relationship eventually, but it's not like on my highest priority list. I'm just, I don't know. I guess you can say maybe I'm not the best people person. I don't know. I don't think I'm a man person. I don't know. I might be into women more than men.
Well, there's that. So I have a question then, because you both said that you're single. How long have you guys actually been singular in your singleness? Meaning not dating anyone, just being
2 years. I was actually celibate for 2 years. I dated myself. I was celibate. I remember it vividly too, because boy, that took some time, boy. I ain't gonna hold you, but I went to school. I already had my AA, and I was like, I'm going back to school. And when I went back to school, I just cut everybody off, like all the men that I was talking to. I was just like, look, I have a goal that I'm trying to attain, and I need to do this in 2 years tops. Like, as simple as that. And I did it. Like the entire time I was in school, I had not spoken to anybody. I did not lay with anyone. I didn't do any of that. I just focused. So, like when I say nothing, I mean there was no intercourse with male. There was no intercourse with toys. There was no intercourse with finger. Like everything was very, you know, it was just very, like it was fulfilling. Like it did fulfill me. Like, and I felt good. That's when I felt like, I could be by myself. I went to therapy. I did this and I graduated summa cum laude, like without an issue. So for me, I dated myself. I took myself out. And that's when I became more aware of like who I am, what I'm willing to accept and what I'm not willing to accept. And it was great.
That is one thing I can like say, but for different reasons. Like, I think that what you were saying, lady, actually like made me not feel some kind of way, but this is what my mother used to say to me all the time. Because like I'm a serial monogamous, like I'm always in a relationship, but out of relationship and into another one, right? And in any time that I've been single, I haven't been singular. And there was a small period of time which I remember, but majority of the time I never was. And my mom and brother were always like, Kayla, you need to learn how to be by yourself. You know what I mean? Figure out what the fuck's going on with you. So I think people do need to understand that difference between being single and being singular. Because all that dating yourself thing that you were talking about, that is really refreshing when you haven't done that before. Like I went to the movies by myself. I saw Creed twice by myself and it was so fun. Like I think that is when I really got in touch with myself, and the relationships after that were a lot more healthy, I can say. But yeah, I just wanted to say that because I was thinking about that. But go ahead, y'all.
No, but that's it. That's what I wanted to know. But Andrea, are you gonna speak on that?
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute my mic, so it's like I'll be having to pick up my phone to like unmute it. But so I like to be single and still actively date. I'm not sexually active with anyone unless I choose to be. I like to date men, and for whatever reason benefits me. Like I might like to date somebody just because they take me out to dinner and I like we like to go out to eat. I might have someone that I call just to hang out with and watch TV with, and I might have someone that I call because I feel like cooking and making some food. So I decide to, invite them to eat food with me or whatever. I mean, I feel like I like to date numerous people at the same time. And I feel like I'm living my best life. I feel like they all play different roles in my life. And yeah, they're just kind of like on the bench, and I pick whichever one is, so like you pick for the day.
A roster, if you will, right?
Right.
So the whole dating yourself thing, and like Kayla, you mentioned, I think you said your mom and your brother talked about like figure out what's going on with you. Would you ladies say that like that mindset is a response to like relationships that go a certain way? Because in my teen years, in college, in undergrad, and even after undergrad, even outside of any relationship, whether I'm in one or not, like I've just always been a person that was very comfortable doing things alone. Like I'm gonna go eat alone. I'm gonna go, if I feel like going to see a movie alone, I'm gonna do it. Like it's never been like a response to, oh, I need to reconnect with myself. Like I think I've kind of always been very comfortable connecting with myself. So do y'all think that has been a response to relationships, or was it something that you naturally were doing as like a self reflection tool or whatever? The whole dating self thing.
I guess I go first. I've always went out by myself. I don't like people So like, I mean, because I've always been since I'm the oldest of four children, so I've always been crowded with other space. My grandmother has 25 grandchildren. Like I'm not unused to having people around me. So I actually never mind being by myself. And then I have children, so I'm never by myself. So like I've always gone to the movies by myself, take myself out to eat, have a drink. Like that's something I've always done. I think once I got in a relationship, I lost that because this person was like in my face, like hovering over me. So because they were hovering over me, and then I had these two kids, it was like I need to get back to who I used to be. Like I lost myself. I conformed. I compromised, did all of that. And like being able to go back in a space where I like almost had to relearn myself after a relationship, it just was very healing and therapeutic in the same sense. But I've always been out by myself. I love it. I used to go to I live in Miami. To be by yourself is like the best thing ever because for whatever reason, everybody in their mama like to be in crowds. So it's a great thing.
Look at you and Kayla being near each other.
Yes, I'm in Miami too. So shout out to South Florida. This is a place where you can spend some good time by yourself and for free. You could just like get up, go to the beach, just sit out there. There's like parks. There's so many different places you could sit out on the water, like the harbor or the intercoastal, like, and it's always beautiful and nice. And it's good. It's good to like go read a book or meditate and just have like me time. So I guess dating yourself is basically the same me time. But I think all people need that me time. But I think even to get back to what you were talking about, Tay, in terms of like you don't see men compromising, that is one thing I can say. I just had a conversation today with someone that I was talking to on the phone who literally was like, he doesn't even give women the chance. Like if there's an issue, he's going to speak on it once and they need to fix it. And if they don't, like, he's like not dealing with it. And I was telling him, I'm like, people are growing and, you know, people are working on themselves and blah, 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 blah. Like, you know, and I was just trying to understand, like, even myself, you know what I'm saying? Like, I never look at people without looking at myself. Like, am I saying what I'm saying to them? Do I feel that same way about myself? And that's where we got into the back and forth. Cause I'm like, how are you going to say that when you and I've been friends for over a year and there's shit I've told you that I have an issue with that you still do? You know what I'm saying? But there's certain men that are just like, they're not willing to compromise. I make the money. You come into this situation the way that it is. Even people that will say like that you should be happy that they want to be with you. I'm sorry, I was trying to say that serious. But but that kind of mentality does exist out there with men that don't necessarily respect women in general and that don't, you know, see women as valuable as we are, which is very. So I don't know. I get what you're saying though, Shantae, because there are men out here that would say the same thing and people will have no problem with it and be like, I'm not compromising anything. She need to get on this program and da-da-da-da-da. I've been working to make the money, as if like most women haven't been working all their lives as well. So
it's funny you said that, right? Because I was just having a conversation with one of my boys about this. Like, it's very interesting when men are in like within a certain tax bracket, right? And then I also think it has a lot to do with the climate these days and the messaging and the bullcrap that's on social media about women being submissive. And when a man is, you know, providing everything in the household, essentially, some of them want you to be stay-at-home wives, right? So that you can stay in the house and be treated like their child because they become so domineering. Listen to what you just said. The man said you should be lucky, or you should. What do you say that you want to be, or he's considering you? Like, and I've heard that they say that often to women, like the arrogance. Why? Because you're paying for things here, as though I can't go out and go work and do that too. So money is what makes your character fluctuate. Like, you think you should be able to treat
girl,
me.
please. Most of them ain't got no money. They think it's because they got a penis.
Yeah, I don't really like the guy that she was talking about that said he doesn't compromise or I bring you home the money. Like I tend to give guys like that an extremely difficult time. Like I give them a hard time intentionally and purposefully because I don't like to feel controlled. I don't like to feel like someone is controlling me and telling me how I should be acting and how long I have to clean it up. I don't really like that. So I make the decision to make their life a living hell. And instead and I
Word.
yeah, I mean, hey,
Did you really just say that? I need to.
I don't like
What?
to be controlled. I really do not like to be controlled. I really don't. It's like an ego battle for me. Like when it comes to men who are like that and are expecting me to compromise and they don't want to compromise, it's like a clash of egos and I'm just not afraid to lose anybody. So if it just doesn't work out, it just doesn't work out.
You know, I think that a lot of men and women say a lot of things, right?
Mhm.
I'm not doing this unless this person's doing that. But as soon as the person that you actually like comes along, a lot of that ends up going out the window. Like it's really easy to treat a woman that you're just not that into in that very like strict, like, you know, if you do this, I'm gone. Men will do that if they're just not that into you. But I honestly think that if a man really, really wants a woman, he's going to try to get her. And I don't think that a lot of times, just in my observation and experience, that men are just going to be like, oh, I don't like how you do that. I'm gone. Unless they just didn't like you. And the same thing with women. I think that, you know, a lot of the talk about not compromising on anything or I'm not going to do this or I'm not going to do that. Again, it's easy to do that with people who you're not that into. You might like them for one thing or another, but they're not really who you see yourself being with. And I think that like you know, we spoke about the whole like losing yourself thing. It's like all or nothing for a lot of people, right? It's easy to say, I'm not doing this when you don't want the person. But if you want them, it's easy to slip into that, like lose yourself in that person and just compromise everything. And now you're like in a cycle of trying to repair that constantly. So I don't know. I think that people just have to be careful and be realistic with what they want and really think about what their intentions are. Do you want to be single and just date? Do you want to have a stable, steady relationship? Is saying these things like a cop out? Like sometimes I've heard men and women give these ridiculous, like ridiculously high, outlandish type standards for things. And sometimes I'm just like, people are just saying that so that there's an excuse when people say, why are you single? It's like, oh, because they need to be this, and this. So it seems, you know, oh, you just haven't found that person. But sometimes I don't know, especially when
So,
you look at people's dating history and the people didn't meet those standards.
I mean, because we
I think
evolve, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, so like we evolve, right? So the standards that you set for yourself, they do kind of like so when you're this is gonna come across, this is gonna be a little interesting, right? Because when you are a teenager, when you're in high school and you have your little boyfriend or whatever, and you guys have no worries in the world, like as children, their standard of relationship is significantly different than that of us as adults now, right? So then we have all these variables to consider now because everyone's kind of like focused on like, wait, what is that? I'm sorry. Everyone's kind of like focused on the like the extra stuff. Like I'm listening to like I'm thinking about Kayla earlier saying what she said. And I'm here like the messaging as far as like the dudes that are within like the higher tax brackets versus women that are out here dating intentionally versus women that are liberated. Like the men are frustrated with the women that aren't giving them their way, right? But then the men who are making like, you know, I guess would be like the most ideal candidate to deal with are arrogant in that, and essentially just weaponizing that in a way where they're like competing with us instead of wanting to love on us. So
I mean,
it's so strange.
I get that, and you're right. Like, standards obviously change as you learn more, as you grow, as you evolve. But I think the thing that people have to be careful of, just in general, is sometimes your quote unquote standards are a trauma response. The reason you have this standard is because you were hurt before, or this happened with this person, or that. And I wouldn't consider that a standard, because there's no way you're going to navigate that in a healthy way if this is a response to something traumatic that you've experienced. And then it manifests as, oh, I have these standards. You know what I'm saying? I feel like there's a thin line between, okay, I've learned, I'm growing, I'm this person now, and now this is what I deserve and this is what I should have. That's cool, that's fine, that's what we all should do. But if it's like, man, I've done this way before, and this is what happened, so now I'm not going to take that, and this is what this. I don't think that when people speak like that they've necessarily gotten past the thing that traumatized them, I guess, for lack of a better word.
So a
I
standard.
think I can agree with you. I think I can agree with you to some extent. Like, I feel like every person doesn't have to have been hurt by somebody. Some people, like, I mean, I feel like for me personally, I think it wasn't from a relationship of like being hurt in a romantic way. I think it was my relationship with my father, because my father wasn't active in my life. So for me, I kind of learned at a very young age that I don't want to say all men. I just don't trust men to be dependable or reliable. So I'm just not willing to compromise my happiness and sacrifice anything of myself for a man, because I feel like they could just wake up in the morning and decide they don't love you anymore and not want to be there. And I'm just not gonna risk my happiness. And I don't know. Like, I feel like a lot of that has to do with like a lot of people's relationships and how they handle men has a lot to do with like their relationship with their father, I think.
Yeah, I mean, of course, thank you for sharing that. That was very vulnerable of you. Uh, I agree that a lot of people's, maybe childhood experiences heavily influence how they interact with their preferred sex that they date or whatever. So with that being said, and since you can recognize that, Andrea, do you do anything specific since you know that that's kind of where that stems from? Or are you just like, you know what, I'm going to protect myself. I don't want to feel this certain type of way, so I'm going to operate, the way that you currently operate?
I think that I think it depends on the person. And I think it depends on the circumstance, because you did mention like if you really like a guy, you might be willing to like, compromise some things. But I just feel like I don't know. I don't, and maybe that's because I'm freshly out of a situation of me really dating somebody that I really, really liked a lot, and it just not working out because they were just a complete bonehead. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that is worth it. I don't think that is. I don't want to. No, I'm not. No, like if I decide to go into a situation and I'm just being mean, like I've had a lot of exes tell me that I remind them of Deliver Us from Eva. I'm not saying that that's a good thing, but I don't know. It just depends on the man. It just depends on the man. Maybe that's it.
So what I was just gonna say regarding that is that something that let me mute you because it just gets staticky. Everybody mute. Sorry. Okay. So I do think that I'm glad you brought this up because this isn't spoken about enough. And I think people just kind of brush over it like, oh, that's just something you need to work out or whatever. The trauma that you experience as a child, like, goes with you all of your life. There are 50-year-old men right now still dealing with trauma from when they were 6. And I think that a lot of people think that it's just this easy thing to come to terms with, like things that may have happened to us as a child or our fathers not being there. And when I say fathers, I mean the fathers of men and women. This is not a women thing. At least we had our mothers there to show us something, right? So I do think that a lot of people think that this is an easy journey to work through these things, but it's not. I will tell you that it took me years to work through with my father, but we're really close now because as an adult over these last maybe 8 to 10 years, understanding adulthood, there's a part of you or a part of me that realized that I understand. As an adult, I understand making mistakes. I understand doing things that aren't right, doing things that don't align with who we feel we want to be as a person. And so developing a friendship with my dad as a teenager, as an adult, I was able to come to terms with that and just let that part go and start our relationship as adults, as friends, as family. And that is a hard thing to do for some people, but letting that part go is so important. I think also to start to try to reestablish the relationship as an adult, because I think that getting close to both parents will show you so much about yourself. It doesn't matter if this person was in your life or not. You could have not seen your dad since you were 5 and be 40, and still this is your blood. You know what I mean? Just having a relationship with them in general, I think will help a lot of things, but it takes time. It's not a 3-month therapy session. It takes years to unpack a lot of different things. And I think that people should take it more serious and people should be more compassionate about it and not just run around oh, this person needs to just get help for that and just fix it like it's a fucking tire that you just go and get fixed and they just fix it and now everything's fixed, because it doesn't work like that. But I just wanted to put that out there for Andrea, myself, and anyone else, and all the Black American dad stories that 80% of people experience. So there's that.
But earlier I started to say something and I lost my train of thought and kind of spaced and went to another place. But what I was saying was to Kay's point she made earlier about different people bringing different things out of an individual, and men or whoever it is that you're dating essentially doing exactly what it is that they feel like doing for you, contingent on how you make them feel. Because they like to say things are conditional, but it's the same with us. If either you make them want to be egotistical, freaking whatever, or you make them want to be compassionate and want to be endearing and want to be vulnerable, you know what I mean, and want to be seen. And sometimes it's not even about whether or not you make them feel that way. Sometimes they just want to be the way they want to be. Some dudes see chicks and have their intentions set for them, and then once they decide and once they see that they're not getting what they want from you, or you're showing them too much of themselves, sometimes they're not connecting with us to be seen in that way. They don't want to have serious conversations about building a few or growing together, what your year plan is, 5-year plan is, 6-month plan is. A lot of
so
them.
Why do y'all keep talking to them? Why do people continue to entertain men? Listen. So that is the one thing that I will agree with Tay and Andrea is that they're, like I said, we can compromise on dinner. We can compromise on where we live. We can compromise on quite a few things, but something like that, right. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Right.
What?
Right.
And we have to be confident in that, because I had a conversation with maybe a younger girl, maybe 19, and she was just she was just not understanding what I was saying about gracefully moving on. But that's also why you take your time when you're dating people, as I'm learning, taking your time when you're dating them so that you can gracefully move on. If you date them like they're your man, or you pretend relationship in the dating, then that's why there's so much hurt when people break up, because there should be a little bit of disappointment. Okay, I spent a lot of time with that person. I thought that they were cool, but you weren't in their bed. You weren't involved in their life. You didn't
Right.
compromise your schedule for what they had going on. And so people should be able to like gracefully move forward. And this is what I talked about on Thursday when I said we have to redefine dating to our children. Dating should be you meet me at a date, at a place, at a time. That does not mean that we're having sex, that we are exchanging deep, dark secrets. Like, we are not doing that. But I think that all like dating now is like situationship stuff. So, you know, it gets all discombobulated.
I don't know about that. I know situationship stuff going on here. Dating, we're getting to know each other. I don't know, talking, you're courting, romancing, all that stuff is part of the whole dating process. Like, but not necessarily, and it shouldn't be having sex. I mean, to each his own, but if it depends on how you're dating, right? If you're dating because you want to, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that anyone even in dating just being a serial dater or serial companion or whatever, even in that you want something more than just if it can go there, you want it to go further, no? Like, are you dating like intentionally saying, "Oh, this only gonna last as long as it's gonna last"? I think she's resetting her browser.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but I do think that you, in the beginning, you should always do what you say and say what you mean. You have to set the precedence at the beginning. You can't know, and you have to put up double the boundaries if you like him. Because if you really like him, you'll start making these fucking exceptions. And
yeah,
these red flags will start looking like six flags. And you'll start doing all this extra stuff when you have like, see, he still needs to earn it.
See, the assumption is always that it's the other way, right? That we always want something. But there are times when, okay, and this has happened to me and it ended in a freaking engagement where you start dating someone and you're like, oh man, I'm not really trying to have a relationship right now. At least this happened to me. I got comfortable with someone that I liked spending time with, and we decided that we were going to exclusively please one another because I didn't feel like sharing myself with more than one person. I was very attracted to him. He was attracted to me. We were always around each other. He was like one of my closest friends at the time. And then it ended up where he was telling me that we were together. I didn't tell him that. To this day, there was never a conversation. And then I was like, yeah, whatever. And then a month later, he's like, no, we're in a relationship. And then maybe a year later.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Like, baby, all this time. Like, listen, I like speeches and shit. Baby, all this time we've been talking, we've been dating, we've been really getting to know you. And I just really care about you. And I just want to know, will you be my woman? Will you be my girlfriend?
Nope.
How you gonna tell me that we are together?
Okay, let me tell you what it was. That's what it was. We were coming back from his friend's engagement party. Is a female friend of his, and we were on the way back, and it was like a road trip sort of situation, and we're kind of far out, if I'm not mistaken. And so, like, we were on the way back, and you know that Slum Dog song, Slum Village song, Selfish.
Sure.
Yes.
No? Damn, I'm showing my age.
I'm sure Kay knows it. She's the music person around here.
Instead of spotlight like Mr. Bentley.
Right.
I her like Spud McKenzie, and for the fake boobies, I paid them Benji.
Hey.
Yeah, I know the song.
Baby, I'm selfish.
Yeah.
Too. He's like, I want you to myself. I can't help it. And then he pretty much, that was his way of saying, yeah, I want you to myself, and don't. And after the song, we had the conversation, and he told me again. It wasn't like a question. He was just like, yeah, so yeah, this is official. So no more dating.
Well, how did you get that? Like, were you like, okay, cool, I wanted that too?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it kind of was a natural progression, so it only made sense because that's the only person I wanted.
Did y'all have a conversation about what that means and what that looks like?
I mean, throughout the time that we were around each other, we were always talking about having those conversations. Which it's so crazy because I guess we were always operating as though we wanted to be together, even though we were saying it was casual. But I was kind of listen, okay, All I'm saying is sometimes you can say you want to be friends with someone and it just happens to go some other way. You get what I'm saying? Just like sometimes they'll say that's not always the way it goes, because I feel like guys kind of always expect us to be like, oh, well, what are we doing here? And it's like, I'm enjoying.
Girl, it sounds like he forced you into a relationship.
He didn't. I was having fun.
He just fell right in. She's like,
He literally told you.
"What's going on?"
I just wasn't being
Oh
led
my
the right
goodness,
way.
I'm engaged. Like,
I was being led by lust.
Yeah.
um,
You better than me. Because if he would have told me, okay, we're together, no more dating, I would have been looking at him like, who is you? What?
I mean, he made it kind of easy. I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't a bad, like, we enjoyed spending time together. We had fun, but it just wasn't what it was supposed to be at the end of the day. So it fell apart.
T, I think that like as we transition to the title topic, you're gonna definitely, I'm gonna want you specifically to input on that based on that situation that you just kind of shared with us. But before we get into that topic, I think there's like just a major thing that is missing when a lot of people are dating of any gender. I think a lot of people don't put enough emphasis on the person liking them. Like, you like the person, you're like, oh my goodness, this is the person that I want. They have all these things. And you're not really thinking about how much they actually like you. So that's, I think, where a lot of people fall into this losing themselves because they feel like they need to prove themselves to this person that they see as the perfect mate or the one that they really want. But like the secret is date people that like you. If someone really, really likes you, half of these problems are not going to be problems. They're not going to be forcing you into compromising things that you don't believe in. They're not going to be forcing you into situations you're not comfortable with. They're not going to be doing all this if they actually like you. Now, if they don't really care, they don't care. They're just having fun. They're going to, in fact, I know some dudes who say, like, I'm never going to break up with a woman. I'm gonna just keep doing whatever until she eventually leaves. Like, this is a lot of people's thing that they do. And the thing is, a lot of women will continue to try to prove themselves until they lose themselves. And now they have these guards up, so they can't even be vulnerable or open enough to find someone that actually likes them. So it just becomes like a cycle of just things that people don't want. But just, I mean, that's not really a segue, but segueing kind of into the next topic. And T, I really want to know about how this relationship ended. When do you know it's time to end a relationship, T? So what happened with
What happened with little Shotty over there?
Let's just say you don't see yourself building the future you once thought you were going to build with that person. Things like, you know, if maybe I'll take it just all the way there, right? Since we go on there tonight. Things like not wanting to have kids with someone when you're still of childbearing or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Or just not even, just cutting certain things out of the picture. Anytime you're making like absolute decisions, I mean, definitive decisions about something, it's like if you're limiting where you feel like you can go in your head with a person, then I think that's when it's time to like let things go. Because it's almost you're putting a cap on it. It's not as, for me, love is supposed to be liberating. You're supposed to feel like you have like go through leaps and bounds and get through anything with a person, right? So if you're kind of stopping yourself from, or you can't see yourself moving beyond a point with that person, I think it might be time to end a relationship. Or if you lose respect for them, things like that. You know what I mean? Like if you're resentful, that's another reason. Resentful, but beyond repair, you know, that might be another reason. So many reasons. But with that situation, it just wasn't a good you just have to come to terms with the fact that some things just aren't for you. Like that wasn't a good situation. It became toxic because when I started it, I didn't start it in order. Like I didn't start it, in a healthy space, I'll say.
Before we go to Tay, would you say, T, that this was purely something that you see in hindsight or saw in hindsight? Or would you say, like, when that engagement happened, that there was at least a little part of your intuition, like, wait a minute, what? Or,
Oh,
like, yeah, this is cool back then. And then after the fact, you were like, nah.
okay. So, damn, I didn't think about this, right? Mm. So, the relationship started similar to, this is gonna sound nuts. The relationship started similar to how the engagement did. Yeah. But I've said that the engagement was the last, like, you mean we're talking about the last relationship. I don't know if I feel like talking about this right now, but I'm so far removed. But it just kind of just went the way it was supposed to go as far as that goes. But yes, in hindsight, I guess you could say I had my questions. I had my second thoughts. I almost forgot we were freaking live. I almost had my second
I'll
thought.
call you later to continue.
Yeah. But I had my second thoughts. Absolutely. So it ended the way it was supposed to end, essentially, because yes, in hindsight, you can always tell from the beginning. I knew. That's why, like, I think that's a major part of like being able to like let go of relationships, when you can own the fact that, like, like, you weren't even supposed to be in that situation in the first place. So now that it unfolded the way it did, and you're dealing with all this crap that you're dealing with, and you have to now get over that and blah 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 blah, and go through the motions of like accepting that you had to go through so much bullshit just to get to the point that you knew it wasn't going to work in the first place. It's like, damn, sis, you ain't got nobody to blame but yourself. So
It's definitely in who we're choosing, because he should ask you to be with him. And if you say yes, then I mean, you allow him into your life and into your space. So I think a lot of women do need to like look more into that and look at the root of that, and look and try to understand themselves, understand what their pitfalls are, understand what their triggers are, understand what things that get them. And I'm learning right now in my life to definitely see those different things. And so I know a lot of people were saying like they didn't understand what I said about putting up an extra layer if it's somebody you really like. I think that women all the time break rules for people they like. And that has to like just not be. It just can't. Like, he has to earn it. And I think you set the precedence if he doesn't have to. If all he has to say is I'm different, but he doesn't have to actually prove he's different in any way, then he's like, oh, that's all I had to do.
But what's crazy is they don't like, I could say like everyone has their shit with them. It's just a matter of how much of somebody's shit you can take. If you can take their shit, like, perfection is relative. Ain't nobody gonna be perfect out here. That's why it's so important to compromise. You know what I'm saying? Like, to an extent, not to the extent where you're sacrificing of yourself, but people come with their crap. So I feel like what we were speaking about earlier is like, how you set boundaries for yourself. That's beyond the boundary is a compromise, because then you're all in. And that sounds crazy, because you shouldn't be nothing beyond the boundary. But I do feel like it's one of them things. So I don't know. I ain't trying to take this over now.
Tay, are you here? I don't know if she's here. Andrea, go ahead.
She having technical difficulties.
I will say this. When I was compromising, like in my previous situation with the person I was dating who was not financially in a situation to even be dating, they turn around and they treat you the same way anyone else would. So it's like I don't want to compromise my standards. I don't want to compromise anything because it makes it that much worse when things don't work out the way that you wanted it to. Because it's like you didn't already sacrifice and compromise so much. It's like, okay, like you're not even you know what I'm saying? It's like, say you compromise being attracted to someone physically and like, okay, well, I'll just date you because I'm willing to compromise. And then turn around and they cheat on you or treat you just like someone else who may have been like a lot more handsome. It's just like, I'm not gonna compromise. You know, it makes it that much worse because it's like, okay, I lowered my standards for you, and you go out and you do this, that, and the third. Like, it makes me feel even worse than I would have before.
I think
Like,
every girl's been there at least at some point when you've like given a guy that maybe not you're not as attracted to, but he's like a good person or all whatever. And then he does some fuck shit, and you're like, "Are you serious?" Like, I would have never even talked to you for real. Like, I was literally just giving you a chance. Like,
But wait, now, isn't that the same exact thing as the "you should be lucky" conversation we had earlier when men say it?
Oh yeah,
not
in a
really
way.
to me.
That's
Not-
literally the same thing. Saying I gave you a chance and you do this, like, is the exact same thing as you should feel lucky to date me.
Right, but it's different. Whereas a man is protecting and providing for a woman, so I wouldn't say that he should wife a woman that he's not necessary. We're not the same. I don't think he should wife a woman that he's not necessarily like all the way in from the beginning. You know what I mean? Like, I think that with women, though, the partnership is about more than just the physical. So we look at things more than just that. Whereas, like, for men, that's a big part of it. And so if I was a man, I wouldn't compromise that part of it. Whereas, like, for women, that is something that we compromise because for us, the relationship is about more than just the physical. So if I do compromise that because of all the other great qualities that you have as a man, and you start becoming more attractive because I do like your personality and da 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 da. But upon first glance, you were not it. For a man, he's not about to be with a woman that upon the glance he's not into her. Men are not doing that. They're just not.
So here's the funny thing.
I really think that I don't like when people reduce like men to these creatures and men do it too sometimes. Like, they're like, we're just visual. No, like, men actually do care about the type of person that someone is. And I mean, I don't know, men in the chat, men that call up, I think that men do weigh other things other than looks.
I'm not saying that they don't. I'm just saying that for a woman, I could see a guy she's not unattracted to, but is a good person, her giving him a chance. Whereas as a man, I just can't see a woman he is just not attracted to, but she's a good person and him giving her a chance. That's all I'm saying.
But I think the difference is what we're finding attractive, right? Because men find physical aesthetic attractive before they find anything else attractive. With us, I think sometimes it's the same, sometimes it's the opposite. Because I've dated dudes that weren't necessarily aesthetically pleasing physically. I have a thing for, like, I need a clean mouth. Aside from that, like, everything else is like questionable.
Wait,
but because he's like a good guy
make
and
any
smells good, and,
this doesn't make any sense. So are y'all saying, because if this
becomes more attractive, like, depending on
if what's being said is the case, that means that every man, or most, let's say the vast majority of men in relationships right now, if like in any situation would think that the woman they're with is a 10.
Maybe not, but that's the reason why their eyes be wandering. Don't act like you guys don't see how beautiful women are. Like, hello.
I mean, women are amazing, and there are many different types of women that are amazing and beautiful. I mean, I can appreciate that, but I'm just saying, like, to act as if men are out here only trying to talk to the people that they view as top tier beauty, I think is not correct. I think a lot of men
access to all the women they want, though, that they deem top tier beauty, and that's where the frustration comes from. In some of them too.
Facts.
The average man in a happy marriage, the average man is with an average woman.
Yes, that's correct.
So these are not like, I don't even want to say supermodels because whatever, but you know, these are just average people.
Mhm.
And they're happy and they're having a marriage and that's how it's going. Now, if their wife, well, now that someone's your wife, I mean, I think as you love someone and you like them and all that, and I think this goes for any gender, you do start to view them as more beautiful when you have those feelings for them. But like, I wouldn't ever say like, I mean, I think that's like an online thing. Like a lot of men will do a lot of talking, but then you see their wife and you're like, she looks very regular. I mean, and that's okay. And that's okay. Like the average,
but that's all that they could, regardless of what they're attracted to. That's the best that they could get.
Facts.
That's what they got.
And that
is the best they can get.
Best you can get is not only how someone looks. There are men, I think that the average man would take a 6 or 7 that has all the other qualities that he wants over a 10 with none of those qualities.
No, I agree, but we're not talking about
dudes are shallow enough to take that 10 just to be frustrated and mad at life.
They're not attracted to though. So I'm not talking about a 6 or a 10. I'm talking about a 3 or a 4.
Are women dating? I mean, my thing is when you said
yes, women are dating 3s and 4s.
Women are dating 3s and 4s.
Women are dating 3s and 4s for power, for influence, for all types of stuff. Like that's why when you said an average man, he's only average if his income is average. If he is average but he is rich, he is no longer average. Somehow he's more attractive to certain types of women.
This is true.
Beauty is very, very subjective. And a lot of people that people clown all the time are happily married with someone that thinks that they are gorgeous, or someone that is attracted to them, or someone that maybe wasn't attracted to them at first, but got to know them and fell in love with them. Like, I just don't think that we can reduce men, and men do it too. Like I said, men down to just like these people that just, oh my goodness, only if she looks a certain way. Like men weigh other things too, I think.
I think they weigh other things.
I know that they do.
That's why a lot of very beautiful women are single.
Yeah, you have a point.
I think they weigh it after.
A lot of unattractive women are single
because
too.
Like
right, I agree both ways.
But I think
based on what we were saying though. Sorry, Tay. I know I keep on doing this to you. But like a lot of very attractive women are single, and if the case were that, you know, these men out here are just trying to find these beautiful women, then they would be wifing up all these beautiful women that are out here single.
I think men do it after.
With men.
Yeah, because I feel like men don't approach you saying, you're not attractive, but I wonder how your mind is. Like, they're approaching you saying you attractive, period. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less. And then depending, and I believe this is true, as a matter just happened to my friend the other day, they accept things based on looks. So something that an average woman or uglier woman in their stance could not get away with certain things than a woman who they deem as more beautiful. So the things that come out of your mouth, the actions that you have, the way you maneuver in the world, like men will accept things based on how you look because aesthetically you look good next to me. So we can fix all that other stuff because men think anything can be fixed, you know, with the right, you know, right word, the right money, the right whatever, not knowing she is who she is. And you have already created a monster. She's never going to change. They just don't see it. And by then it's too late. So then they start, you know, to compromise like looks. And it's usually once they get older, like, because they do hold the key to like relationships. So I think beauty is a great thing. Yeah, beauty is also in the eye of the beholder. But the reason you see a lot of older or women that you deem more attracted is because they're not willing to compromise, and men are not willing to compromise either. And once they realize this woman is who she is, there is no compromisation. So it's time to move on to the next one. Like, and that I see the cycle all the time with my friends. I literally just had a friend who is now telling me he's not going to be with the girl. She's a beautiful girl. I'm like, you were accepting things from her you wouldn't even accept from the other girl who was way better than her, personality wise, career wise, everything. This girl, homeless, she don't got a job. She just looked good. That's it. But you accepted everything. The other girl you talking to, she's a little bit more boring. She's a nurse. She do this, but she's also pretty. But because she's not aesthetically pleasing to what you deem as what I want to show to the world, you accept bull. And I think that's where men are simple.
See, and you know, I get what you're saying, Tay. I definitely do.
Me
I
too.
think that if you have that mindset, whether you're a man or a woman, you're already lost. If you are a woman who's like, look, if you have this and I'm gonna get you if you have that, or if you're a man who's like, I don't care what else, as long as you look this way, you're already lost. You're already behind in the whole situation, and you're probably not going to have a good outcome. Um, Tay, I wanted to ask you if you think that it matters where someone meets. So, like, let me give an example. If you're at a club or a bar, you know, of course, a man is going to maybe see a woman that he looks at as attractive and go up to her. But let's say it's something else more neutral, like let's say the gym. You see somebody there all the time, you talk to them each day, you have time to get to know them before even like thinking of approaching them in that way. Do you think that it's different when it's like that? Or like maybe y'all work together or you live in the same building or whatever, where you get to have like natural interactions before it's like, ooh, I see that woman at the bar, I'm gonna go over to her. Do you think that it matters where you meet?
I think it matters where you meet to a degree because the level of vulnerability is based on where you are. So like when you like dolled up at a club in heels, like you're not as vulnerable. I'm gonna kick my cute shit, like, hey, how you doing? You just want to be just like enough for someone to think you not being too thirsty or whatever the case may be. But like when you meet someone in a place that's like where you're like vulnerable, like meeting someone at the grocery store where you just probably have on sweatpants and a t-shirt, like this person is, they actually see you truly for like possibly, if they're not a jerk, like that they truly see you for like whatever you are coming with, like without all the extra additives. So like a gym is the same way. Like for me, I do feel like when I've met people at the club, it's been cool. When I've met people like organically, like anywhere else, it just hit different. Even if it was with a friend, like, hey, I found somebody that you like, that I think you may be attracted to or whatever, but it's organic. And I feel like when you're out, it's organic to a degree because you are putting on somewhat of a character, like, because I'm different right now and I'm here and I'm you see me at my best and I need to continue being this best. And I do feel that where you meet people organically is much better.
Yeah, and when I was like talking about, people not necessarily always going after the people who they think are tens, I was that was what was in my head. Like somebody that you've maybe had some conversations with and you've kind of grown to like them. Now they're becoming cuter to you because you were getting to know them. They have all these qualities. They might not have been like physically the person that you would have gone for, at first. But with those conversations and getting to know a person, you can start to, change those views. Go ahead, Andrea.
So I just wanted to say that men are very fickle creatures, and I don't think it's realistic to think anything different than that. As far as like people dating people for transactional reasons, like dating a person because they have money or dating a person because they're attractive, like I think that's the way that the world works. So, I mean, I just kind of want to add my 2 cents on that. Men are very surface level creatures when it comes to physicality. Like, that's just how they operate. Like, so I just want to add that. I'm going on mute.
Do you know the difference? Hey guys.
Look, I'm trying to say hi, Courtney. You
I'm
just
sorry.
Hi,
I was in the gym. The blood was boiling a little bit. I said, "Oh, what's going on, people?"
go ahead, Courtney. Let me go on mute.
Well, let me ask her real quick, because she said men were fickle creatures. Do you understand the difference of a man wanting you for sex and wanting you for a relationship?
All men are the same. They don't know what they want. If you look attractive, they're going to be attracted to you. They'll probably decide later on if they want to marry you. They probably decide they just want to marry you because you're pretty, and they're probably going to cheat on you when they go to the strip club for their bachelor party.
And when was your last relationship?
Maybe 2 years ago, when I decided I don't like men and I don't want to date them. I'm also an exotic dancer, so most times I see men the day before they get married, and I see what they do to their fiance, and I'm just not really interested in that.
So you're generalizing.
We could have known earlier to help give some context.
Right. So you're this is you're generalizing.
I was about to tell them.
Okay. You're generalizing men because of the era that you first being an exotic dancer, and you see that it's all about sex, and they treat you as such because you show your body.
I'm generalizing men because men are surface level creatures, and they'll do anything to be next to someone who they find to be physically attractive.
I don't
think
it's just men.
I'm sorry,
are all women the same? Are all women the same?
Some of them, most of the times, yeah. Guys, I don't know how many. I feel like now people are starting to wake up and not prioritize marriage. But for the most part, I feel like a lot of women are prioritizing marriage. They're allowing people to feel like they have to be desperate because they're of a certain age and don't have kids. So they're rushing into situations and relationships just to say that they're married or have a man, because having a man is some type of success. Like it's some type of like, oh, you don't have a man, as if it's to say, okay, well, I have an education, I have a great career, and I'm happy being a successful woman. So yeah, I'm not sure how many women feel that way, but I feel like now in society, women are getting to that place because we're naturally just more mature than men. So yeah.
Where are you getting that stat from?
It's psychology. Women were able to walk before men when we're kids. It's scientifically proven that women are more mature than men.
I've never seen that.
It's a
Wait, you've never heard that men are.
We've all heard that though. That women.
Yeah,
it's scientifically proven.
I think we hear a lot of
we
things.
Develop faster than they do.
Well, maturity sometimes doesn't mean as far as development physically. It's a mentality thing, and I think we've been told a lot of stuff that statistically has not been proven. It's just been what we've been telling ourselves. Well, you pull that up and you put that in the back chat.
You pull it up.
Well, I'm not gonna get on here and debate with you.
You don't have to.
We can all agree.
I'm really trying to be nice.
We can all agree to disagree. We're not all the same person.
So I don't know why stripper got so.
We're not all the same person.
I am a stripper, and I'm sure I outrun you.
We're not gonna.
We're allowed to think different things. It's okay.
Where is the sound?
It's the mentality. And so if you think that all men are a certain type of way, or you're attracting a certain type of man, it's usually because of you, and you are going to attract who you are. So if you're coming off like this, very masculine, very defensive, then you're going to be attracting someone that's not going to want to take care of you, want to be nice, treat you as you're treating them, which is obviously nothing. And that's the whole point. You're going to get treated how you treat people. And you've been already defensive of asking questions.
No, you weren't just asking questions. You came in very, very defensive, asking me when's my last relationship, or just a variety of other questions, because I said I feel like men are fickle creatures. I could tell that after I said that, you felt a way about that.
Because I think
so. That's why I'm giving you the same energy you gave me.
Well, because you're wrong. Men are not fickle creatures.
Wrong
And
is subjective.
we don't need
It's
to.
my opinion.
We don't. Okay. We don't need to categorize all women as such, and we don't need to categorize all men as such. But if you're
Well, I'm not
attracting a
gonna be
certain type
truthful.
of
I
man,
feel like all men are fickle.
I mean, we're all entitled to our own opinions.
we
This is an
are all
opinion show.
entitled, and we're all entitled
So-
to completely disagree. So the thing
We
with
disagree on this
compromising,
one.
the thing with compromising, any good relationship, whether it's with a man, family member, children, it's about compromising. It's give and take. If you're not willing to compromise, then in essence, that's meaning you're selfish. And again, that's why we keep getting the same results, which is obviously not being in a relationship for multiple years, thinking men are horrible people. Those are the results when you're not willing to give some of yourself and not being selfish. No one wants to be with a selfish person.
I think the thing is, oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
I think the thing is, it's almost like we put on women that we can't be selfish, as if it's like almost a problem if we're selfish for a point of our life. Like, not everyone's end goal is to be married, to have children. Like, you have career oriented women, you have women who just want to be married, you have women who just want to have children, so they feel like they got to go to the sperm bank. And I think that we like to put everyone in this box of what is, necessarily correct. Like, even the word masculine, like, I'd say women are women and they exude whatever the personality that is they exude. I guess you call my mom masculine, but I will also say my mom is very feminine. She raised her children to be the best that she knew how. She cooked, she cleaned, she did this. Like, I don't like to put labels to masculine and feminine or whatever the case may be. I have boys. I don't tell them you acting feminine, you acting masculine. It's you're acting a way that I feel that you shouldn't be acting right now. Use your words. And we love in this world to conform people to such a box. And as soon as they move out of that box, they're like wrong, or they're not doing it correctly, or they aren't doing it the way society deems as the proper way to do things. And I just think that almost limits us as individuals, and it makes us, even to like when Andrea said like men are all fickle, and it's almost like saying for you to, like, when you told her all men are not fickle, but then in the same breath are like, this is why women are single. And some women are single by choice, some women are single because they've been hurt, some women are single because they don't even like relationships. Like, I know women who are okay, well, like my friend just gave me a new term called solo poly. I just love to be in relation with people, companions, with others, and enjoy people's space. And sometimes it's so much work having to do a lot to be in a relationship. I just want to say fuck it sometimes. I don't want to have to deal with that. Like, I have to do a million things. I have to make sure everyone else feels good. It's okay to be selfish. And I don't think we tell girls, women, and children that enough. Like, selfishness is not a bad thing if you're not harming anyone else, if you're not harming yourself. Selfishness can be a great thing if it's benefiting you in the way that gives you the life that you deem like necessary for yourself.
So if you're going to be selfish, okay, then be by yourself. But what I particularly was talking about is being in a relationship, and a relationship takes compromise. It's not good nor healthy to be selfish in a relationship. There's no one that wants to be in a relationship with anyone that thinks it's all about them. And if they need something from you, it's, no, I don't want to give of myself. I don't want to compromise with you. No one wants that. A majority of men that I know would never settle for that.
But
And
a lot of men don't settle at all.
But you wouldn't want to be with a selfish man either, would you not?
But what
I
I'm
believe
saying,
in
like,
being
even when the majority of men don't want it, a lot of men don't settle for anything. Like, men are not settling at all, yet we're settling every day. Like, I see when I've heard men say, this is what I want. Like, example, a man will say, I don't like a woman who smokes. Let's just use that as something, whether it's hookah, weed, or cigarettes. I don't like a woman who smokes. You smoke, clipped. It's done. It's a wrap. Women, I don't like a man who smokes. Well, it's just a little bit of weed. You know, it's not that big of a deal. I don't like a man who smokes. Oh, you know, it's just hookah. You know, like we always are compromising things that we don't even want to accept due to wanting to be in a relationship. Compromising for me is not compromising yourself. It's compromising what we're bringing to this. So am I compromising the amount of money that I'm accepting or the amount of money we're putting into this pot to put towards our future endeavors? Am I compromising the house that I want to live in? Am I compromising the food that I want to eat? Okay, I don't want pork today. I want beef. Like, you know, it can get deeper. Like, it can get deeper to what the compromisation is, but I'm not compromising myself
What does that
at the
mean?
detriment of no relationship.
But what does that mean? Because you
putting
kept
your-
saying
putting
compromising
yourself
yourself
to-
and losing yourself. How did you ever lose yourself in a
I
relationship?
did lose myself. I had children, right? Didn't want them, right? Had them. Unbeknownst to myself, right? Because a man said to me, like, hey, you know what? We should do this. Compromise that. I stopped going to school, right? Because now I have to take care of these children. Now, the one thing that I said I didn't want is now trickling down to me having to compromise. I'm compromising where I want to go, what I want to do, how I want to do it. All these things that I'm compromising, being quiet, not expressing myself because other women like are telling me, you know, that's your man. You got to stick beside him. You got to do this. If he said this, then you got to, you want to move here. Okay, I'm going to follow behind you. Like, we are almost allowing people to just blindly forget who they are just for a relationship. And I will never, ever in life do that again. If you can't meet
But
me.
do you think it's relationships that are the problem or that guy? Because there are like a lot of trash guys out here. And I will say, like, to Andrea's point, I used to work in the biz, like in restaurants and hotels and in like basically like, you know, the restaurant business. And I've seen a lot of things as well, like people that are seen in the public eye as like stand-up guy, blah, 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 blah.
Well,
The stuff that they do, I mean, I get where she's coming from with that. But I think what you have to understand is that nothing's going to be perfect. Like T said earlier, everybody has their shit. And you just have to figure out whose shit you're willing to deal with. Because marriage is about the lifelong partnership and whatever you're trying to build or whatever you're trying to do together, not just your feelings in particular moments. So
but you have to rewind that back about compromising because of a child. And let's not skirt around the accountability that you put yourself in a situation to get pregnant.
I never took away accountability. The question was,
I don't know
how
what
did
stripper
I?
is acting like this for, because you can't get pregnant by just a man.
I'm
No,
sorry.
but I think
Did you say
what I
stripper?
think you're negating. I think you're negating me answering the question for accountability. The question wasn't what accountability do you take for getting pregnant. The question was, when have you ever lost yourself in a relationship? And I answered that. So now, if you were to ask me, where do you now take accountability? I take accountability for allowing myself to be inside that situation. I take accountability for staying longer than I was supposed to when he was beating my ass. I take accountability for allowing myself to keep perpetuating what I did not want. So accountability is not my problem. The problem is now, how do I move forward and how do I no longer forget myself by being with a man? And that is why I took accountability and said earlier, I myself have not dated a man in a serious manner because I knew that I had work to do on myself because I was damaged. And I cannot bring hurt, pain, unforeseen circumstances, children, rape, ass whoopings, and everything else into a relationship unless I do the work. So now with doing the work, I went to therapy. After going to therapy, I then went to school. I got my degree. With going to get my degree, I then practiced celibacy. The problem is not accountability. The problem is making people feel as if the end goal has to be what you deem as valuable. For me right now, I am okay and valuable being single. My children are thriving, they are healthy, they are being loved, and they are successful right now. And so am I. I am now following my dreams, doing whatever I want to do without the thought process of now having to think about another adult human being who would never compromise anything at the expense of me. That's where accountability comes in.
Tay, I think that like
Hmm.
the way you explained that, I can respect. It gave a lot of insight to like the things that you were saying earlier, because you had two major life changing, I mean, more than two, but I'm speaking specifically of, you know, having children and also like what went on with your education. While you were in a relationship and you thought like, okay, I'm in this relationship, everything is cool, you know, my life is going to go this direction, and then things kind of change and you're like, you know what, look, never again, not going to let that happen, not going to let anybody else knock me off my square. I can understand that completely. Like, I think that you have every right to feel that way and, you know, to move accordingly. And I like how you explained that you weren't, you know, making yourself into a victim, but instead taking, you know, your experiences, traumatic, you know, as they may be, and trying to not continue down that same path by getting in another relationship and having these same things happen because you may not have healed, you know, in certain ways. So like, I'm not mad at that at all. And honestly, it gave a lot more understanding to me. You
Yeah.
know, the things that you were saying earlier.
Not just a relationship, an abusive relationship. And she's not anyone's victim. She's a survivor. So that's what that looks like. So, you know, as far as her saying she's not losing herself, I think that definitely gave insight into why she wouldn't want to lose herself in a relationship with another man to be
But then,
misguided, essentially.
mhm. Back to what I said though, is it's the choice of man, like I've been saying like all night. It's the choice of man. And I think that sometimes in that single season, being there in that season, bad choices are made on the man, and then it brings a lot of trauma, and that is, you know, something that we, you know, have to work through. But we still have to acknowledge, like, when you pick the bad one, when you saw the signs and you still picked the bad one, when, you know, you should have never entertained him after a certain point anyway. So I think that we have to do better choosing with that. And like I said, choosing quickly and moving on and gracefully moving people out of your life. I don't know what the issue with that is, because literally, even with my really good friend, she was with a really great guy. For some reason, married this other guy. And I was just like, what? Like, you know what I mean? It's the choices. Sometimes it's the choices. I mean, while I understand that everybody has their issues, like I said, finding someone where whatever their issues are, you can deal with them, and choosing the right person for the right reasons, I think it's very hard, especially with what Andrea said earlier, because a lot of the world these days is transactional. Whether it's actual money or not, something is being exchanged. Somebody is doing the dance, somebody is throwing the money in everything that you do. Even if it's the, because pay isn't always in money. Pay could be in gratitude. Pay could be in all these different things that, you know, that you can exchange. But everything is an exchange. Energy goes, energy comes. Everything is an exchange. So finding someone where you guys value the same things, so that we are exchanging the same things in terms of good energy, good character, love, positivity, whatever it is, and not just, you know, what social media and things like that may show that we should be exchanging, like money, like sex, like fame and power and things like that. So my little 2 cents.
Andrea, did you like, because when Tay was talking, I was thinking like, you know, about what you were saying earlier, and then talking about things you've seen at work and all of this. Like, did you identify at all with like where she was coming from, even though you all might not have experienced the same things? Oh, you're on.
Yeah, I
Oh, where'd you go? I think
Well,
she
hopefully
probably
she's
She's
not.
on her phone, so she'll fix
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
When she comes back, we'll go straight to her.
Yeah, but
Hi,
when
Logic.
she hey Logic. But when I think Courtney said something earlier that I wanted to kind of touch on because she was speaking to like masculine energy showing up. And I think it's important that we acknowledge the fact that as whole women, we have both masculine and feminine energies in us. And if you don't feel vulnerable enough around a guy that you are dating, or he doesn't feel vulnerable enough around you, the balance is always going to be off. But Drea is back, so you could uh jump in there. We
I
know
don't
you're
know if I
on your phone, so
totally,
your phone probably.
like, I don't think I totally agree with that. I don't know any woman that's like, yes, my man is half masculine, half feminine.
You said you don't agree with that?
Okay.
No.
All people have masculine and feminine traits.
Yeah, but she
It's
was
not
like
possible
half,
for you to
but
exist.
let me explain it because it was going on half and half. Women have more.
Can I
wasn't
answer that
everything
question
happening
before I had cut out?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrea. Yeah.
So I can definitely understand what Tay was saying when she was talking about can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
This seemed like I'm going in and out. I could definitely understand what Tay was saying when she was saying that we're living in a society where people try to push traditional maiden things on us, where it makes us feel like because a person might have a different opinion than you, the one question you would want to ask them or attack them on is how long has your relationship have been, or when's the last time you've been in a relationship, as if that invalidates your answer. So I definitely agree with what Tay's saying. It's a lot of women who are choosing to be single today by choice because they have stopped putting relationships as a priority over their own happiness and their own success. Yeah. T, were you about to say something? Because I see your
No, I was just agreeing with you that I'm one.
Yeah,
Logic, before you go, let me say this. The
I
issue
don't think
that
she
a
was
lot of
one. I think I cut her off by accident. I confused her because I said I'm one. My bad.
okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna finish up by saying that a lot of times the traditional lifestyle is pushed on women, and we're living in a modern society where that's no longer an option for us. It's no longer a goal to just get pregnant and get married. Now women are starting to think and being self-full rather than selfish. They're being self-full and they're fulfilling their own dreams and desires before they tether themselves to a man because they've been told that that's what makes them successful as a woman. Thank you. I'm complete.
Okay. I think the issue that we have, especially in our community as Black women, is thinking that we have time. And we don't. A lot of Black women think we have time to do all these things and not worry about a husband because eventually he'll come. And that's the biggest lie that has ever been told to our community, because guess what? They don't. And as an older woman speaking to, I'm sure, a whole lot of younger women, you don't have time. And it's not about being modern or traditional as far as now having to be in the workplace. It's what were you created for? Your creation role will never change, whether it was back in the 20s or it's going to be 50, 60 years from now. How you are created to be a wife, to be a mother is not going to change. If it was supposed to change, then you wouldn't have breasts, you wouldn't have a period, your body wouldn't be created to be a mother. That biologically will never change. You are
So the women.
So what do you?
I'm sorry. I thought you were done. My bad.
You know what? Hey, she need a man so she can get some good
We'll bring her
internet.
back up.
No, but what I'm saying is like for the
man to get her some good internet.
I think we're created. We were created though, and we're gonna die. And I think you create what you feel that you were created for. It's women who can't even have children. So the women who can't have children, like, what do you tell them? You're created to have a husband who wants kids, but you can't bear the children for him. Or are you telling women that then you need to adopt? Not everybody wants children, like at all. Not everybody wants a husband. As a matter of fact, some of them want wives. Like, if we gonna talk about it, like, let's talk about it. Some of them want wives. And I think that's the thinking that limits us as a society, that we feel women are solely created to bear children and walk around barefoot, as if like that's the only thing that we bring to this world. If that's the case, take us off the screen and add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more men on here and let them have the conversation and tell us what we need to be doing. Because I see a woman here with a puff who's having a conversation. I see someone else here. No, I'm saying like I don't, because
no,
I'm on my
like
phone.
me a puff. Okay.
I mean, you having a conversation. You both are hosts. Like you're hosting a show, having a conversation. I see someone here who wants to have children. That's you. I see someone who had a child and who was engaged and is no longer engaged because she chose herself. I saw someone else who wants to be an exotic dancer. And if sensuality and dancing is her thing, that's on her. I see a man here with a cap. I ain't meet you, sir. God bless. Your beard looks very, very,
That
you
man
look vibrant.
Mr. That's Mr. Baldwin.
Logic, it looks vibrant, but I feel like when we keep telling women like you are here to bear, some women can't bear. Some women don't like men. Some women like women. Some women just want to work. Some women want to take care of their nieces and nephews or just live their best ass life. And we're literally telling women that because we feel we were not put on, you feel that you're not put on the earth to do that, that it's almost wrong. Because the only thing I know that is that's gonna happen is that. That's the only thing we are promised, is that we were put on this earth to once and one day die. That's it. So whatever you decide to do in your life in between then is on you. And how you decide to live it is your problem. No one else's. And I think that's damaging to us as a community. It really is.
Could I ask you a question, ma'am? Can
Of
you
course.
have kids?
I've had 2.
You have 2.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I'm just saying. So then for you to bring that up, then that don't even relate to you, right? This is
but
the
I
thing.
didn't want children.
Say it again.
I didn't want children. I've also had an abortion. So I'm very open. I didn't want children. I didn't. And that was my thing. I didn't want children, especially not at 19 and 21. I didn't want those kids. Now, do I love my children? Yes. But we keep pushing. You was here. I'll be damned if I have a daughter and I tell her your goal in life is to get old and bear children for a man and walk barefoot around his house and cook his meals and do this and that. I'll be damned if I tell any of my little cousins that. No, you are here to live your life the best way you know how. And when you die, for everyone to say that girl died doing what she loved. Period. That's it.
I don't understand why we have to do whole extremes. Becoming a wife and the mother doesn't mean you're just barefoot and pregnant and I'm just having kids and baby after him. That it doesn't have to go to the extremes. And I think we're missing it as a community when we're not teaching our children that the most important thing in this world is family.
Hold up, I asked him I want to ask. I want to finish, Gordon. I'm sorry. Look, man, what I'm saying to you, I understand your circumstances, right? And then you probably had 2 babies by a bum ass dude that probably ain't worth shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it's good. We understand it. But if you got kids, I hate to say it, but you got to stop living for yourself and you got to live for your kids. Even though they're thinking that most people. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you.
If I was living for my kids, I wouldn't have got my degree. If I was living for my kids, I wouldn't be following my dreams. If I was living only for my kids, I wouldn't be doing a lot of things that I'm doing. I live for myself, and how I live reflects on how the way my children are now proceeding in their life. Because if I would have stayed with that man unhappy, that would have also reflected on my children. We talking about family. Let's talk about energy, because energy passes on to the people that you're around. That's why when you're around your mama, your daddy, your friends who got bad energy, that bad energy reflects on them. So at the end of the day, when my children grow up, turn 18, 21, and go to live their life, I'm here with an empty house. Say what? Because I ain't do shit. No, I live my life for me. And I live my life for me because once I'm happy, then my children are happy. I'm not negating my children's happiness,
Mhm.
but I'm also living to be happy so that my children can be happy as well. Period.
Okay, so this is what I want to say though. No, I mean, just let me go. Right. The thing is, if you want to see how a doctor live, right? If you want to become a doctor, then you look at doctors, right? You see the lifestyle of doctors. You see what they got to go through to be a doctor, right? So I'm telling you this from experience. I got aunties that chose the same path you chose. And after they hit 45, maybe even 30, 35, 45, they feel crushed. They wish they can do it differently. And that's a fact of life. And you know what? It's not just with women. It's with men also. You know what? We can be, look, I lived a hot boy, for a long time, right? And I'm not gonna lie. And I'm telling you as an elder.
He had a hot boy summer.
Well, I had a long hot boy summer. And I'm telling you as an elder, right? When you get to a certain age, you're gonna regret all the shit that you did. I was like you, in a sense, right? I'm just telling you, just hear me out. Nobody couldn't tell me shit. I was gonna do what I want to do. I was gonna smash and dash, and I was gonna roll, and I was gonna do. But one time you're gonna get to a point in your life, and you're gonna be like, you know what? I wish somebody would have told me something different. I wish I would have took a different path. And then I'm with you. I'm not gonna shame nobody from doing what they want to do. I salute them because you can never shame nobody for doing what they want to do. Somebody said they're a stripper. You know what? Salute. Be the best. I ain't gonna shame nobody for being a stripper. I ain't gonna shame nobody for having kids. I ain't gonna do none of that. Do what you do, and then, but all I say to you is look at blueprints of other women who have took the path that you have also took and ask them questions, because that's how we learn. We look from the people who took the steps that we was taking now, and we look and ask them, hey, if you can go back and do it today, would you do the same thing? And I promise you, most of them, I got a gang of aunties, 12 of them, that would tell you that they wish they could be in your position again so they can not make the same decision that you're making again. That's it. We cool. It ain't no shame.
Logic.
And what's the decision?
She dropped off.
Logic.
What's the decision? Oh, sorry.
She's gonna come back.
I mean,
think she's unmute
the thing is, yeah, sometimes people regret things when they get older or whatever. But a wise man once said, in order to survive, you gotta learn to live with regrets. It might happen. You're not going, and that wise man was Jay-Z, for anyone who was wondering. But
wait, Kay, I can't let you off with that one. Kay, it's half truth to that statement. It's half truth. The truth is, the problem with black community, right? The black community.
Logic, hold on. I've been real quiet. I've been letting me and Kayla kind of fell back, let y'all talk for a long time. So in terms of the whole regret conversation, let's say, a woman is 25. Let's say she's 35 and she does not want kids. Okay, sure. One day she might be 55. Like, I wish I would have had them. But does that mean when she was 25 and she didn't want them, she wasn't ready, she wasn't in a situation to have them, that she should have just went on ahead to prevent a future regret that she may or may not have? Like, I don't know how good of a plan that would be. I think the best thing, like I think Courtney mentioned how important family is. So like the most important thing, if you want your children to grow up and, view family a certain way, you have to be that example. You have to provide them with a stable 2-parent household. That's like the number one thing. So if kids can see this healthy, happy household with a mom and a dad raising them and all of these things, then you won't have to like force it so much down the throats of people who are saying they don't want it. It would be more like a natural progression because that's what you've been seeing, in my opinion.
And look, it's not, listen, what all I'm saying is this. See, this is the problem in the black community. We say we don't have enough of leaders and role models, right? We don't seek them because every path we going in down, you can go to the goddamn corner right now. I can go in the corner in Atlanta and I can find an ex-rapper. I can find an ex-dope boy. So what I'm telling you is that we have to find people And you got to be willing to listen. It's blueprints. Every other community do it. If you really want to be a doctor, go talk to a doctor. Hey, how is the hours? Hey, is it hard being a surgeon? You have to talk to them. So now it's not only that they'll share their experience with you, and you got to therefore have your own experience, but they can share to you insights and what they was thinking about. That's all I'm saying.
So logic and your analogy, you're saying if you want to be a this, go talk to a this. What is the underlying assumption there? That any of these ladies want to be anything other than what they're being? That they want to be wives, so they should talk to wives, that they want to be girlfriends, so like what's the analogy there? What's the correlation there? I'm trying to understand.
The correlation that it was going to is that them saying, and I heard them, I won't compromise for nothing. I won't do this. I won't do this. And I heard this, my kids. When you start getting stuff like that, I know it's a level of trauma, and I get it.
Can I interject? Can I say something? Because I just want to piggyback on what you just said. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead, man.
I had a question for, I think it was Andrea, but this question is also for Tay. I have a question, and then I want to say something. In a perfect world, Tay, how would you, what do you want your end result to be? Whether it's, getting your degree, whether it's getting married, what is your end result of your happily ever after? What does that look like?
It looks like me being able to pass down wealth and love to my children, and for me to die a happy woman, whether that's with a man or whether that's single. I'm happy right now. I'm happy. So no one else can bring me happiness but myself. And once I am happy, everything else will follow. So the only thing I'm chasing right now is a legacy to be able to pass down to my children. That's it.
Do you think that's going to be a little bit more challenging doing that along with 2 children? Would you like a helpmate?
I haven't had a helpmate would help.
A husband, significant other to help raise the children and bring in the generational wealth to pass down. Do you think that's going to be a little bit challenging, you doing that alone with 2 children?
Yeah, I think it'd be challenging doing that alone or with an helpmate. It can be challenging in both ways. Any helpmate, husband, girlfriend, whatever it is.
Girlfriend.
Because some people do not like men.
But I'm specifically asking you though. Let's take everybody out the conversation. You and I, sister to sister. What do you want? Man,
I want to be happy.
And what does that look like specifically?
And that looks like being able to live life on my own terms, and whatever comes with that, whether it's singledom or relationship dumb, I am here for whatever comes. That's what I'm saying.
Whatever
I want to follow up with that, because I heard you mention you did not want to be like your mother or your grandmother. Specifically, what did you see that you do not want to emulate?
They are unhappy. They are with men. I'm not saying my grandfather and grandmother. My grandmother negated teaching and doing whatever she wanted to do to be a homemaker. My mom wanted to be a dental whatever. She had me at 19. My dad didn't do what he was supposed to do. She did find a man. And like my mom said, I didn't get to do what I wanted to do. So that's why she felt the way about me getting pregnant. But maybe I'm not you, because you allowed children to stop whatever growth you had going on.
So it sounds like
also my parents didn't go to therapy. They didn't do the inner work. I'm not afraid, ashamed, or unhappy about saying I did the work, and because I did the work, I am not staying. I am moving the fuck up. And if that means making everyone else unhappy about my choices, if this smile is turned from upside down, that's all that matters.
I want to share with you, because it sounds like what a lot of us do sometimes when we don't want to be like our parents, we go far left to the extreme to our own detriment. And sometimes we operate out of fear. I took this 3-day developmental course. It's called Landmark. Anybody listening, it changed my life. I love Landmark. And what I've learned is through trauma, we can't divide what happened to the story we created. So I'll share me personally. I have a hard time bonding with women. Reason being, when my parents got divorced, I woke up and my mother was gone. I didn't get no explanation. I was 11 years old. I didn't get no explanation. I just woke up and it was just me and my dad. And because of that, they had a divorce. But the story I created in my head when I woke up when my mother was gone is women can't be trusted. And so I lived my life based on whether that story was true, proven or not. I lived my life based on women can't be trusted. They're fickle, just like Andrea said about men. So that's why I was kind of wanted to gear my question towards her, because she's living in a story about what she went through with her father. And it sounds like, and I'm not a psychologist, I'm just saying as a woman, it's a 39-year-old woman who has done the work, who has gone to self-development classes, who's in therapy, who has a spiritual advisor, that we live a lot of our lives based on the story we created. It sounds like you want so bad not to end up like your mother and your grandmother, that you're cutting off your own nose at the possibility that you can have the happiness, the man and the children, and you don't have to sacrifice anything, that you can compromise and still get the happiness you want. And that's all I wanted to say. Two things can reside in the same space.
My point, right? And I'm listening to you say, right? I'm gonna listen to you talk. And a lot of my ideas, people don't know where I get my ideas from. They just think I just come out of left field with it. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I get a lot of my ideas from my aunties. I see the pain and the trauma they went through, right? I see their regrets. And I listen to the same thing you said, right? You said you got to take care of yourself first, correct? Right? You said you're the priority, right?
Oh, I ain't want to cut you off. I'm saying, say that one more time.
Yeah, you said you're the priority, then your kids. And I see every now and then you'll drop in there whether a woman want to be with a man or a woman, but I'm pretty sure you get along with women more than you get along with men, right?
No, I'm strictly for men.
Oh, you strictly for men.
Yes,
but
I don't.
The purpose I'm trying to say is you have to sacrifice in order for somebody to sacrifice for you. The most beautiful thing that I will ever experience in a woman is her tapping into her feminine side, her being a woman. I don't care how masculine a man is, he will break down. You have to do that by sacrificing. And I understand we live in a society and we sit here and it's a woman first society. You know what I'm saying? It's the independent woman society. But I'm telling you, ma'am, I got aunties that would tell you rethink that position. Because look, and I never met you before, right? This is my first time seeing you. Everything you said match up with my Mr. Logic tier list. And I say it all the time. And all these women on this panel, wait and ask them. They'll tell you, they said, no, Logic, you're wrong. And there's a little comment in there too, though.
Ice and hot Cheetos.
Yeah. It's coming in there. You know what I'm saying? But this is serious.
Crazy.
Yes, and then,
so crazy.
Logic.
And look, watch this. And I did this other day. I'm gonna give you you want to know the remedy to fixing your issues? And I ain't gonna say your issues. I'm gonna say our issues. Do you want me to tell you that remedy, ma'am?
I'm listening.
All right, just listen to me. Look, all you have to do to position yourself to be a better person, take your tier list and do this. Turn it upside down. If you want change and you want results, forget the hot Cheetos and ice. What you would
tattoo?
What?
Look,
I don't even eat hot Cheetos or ice. So.
But you see, the problem that I have with this Logic is that when you do this,
it makes
at the bottom.
No, wait, let me explain. So you don't get if you let me explain, you won't get confused, right? I understand what you're saying. It's upside down, but I'm saying take your priorities now and spend them. So now that man was at the bottom, you put him at the top. You put him at the top. And then this is the hard thing gonna be. Sacrifice. You put yourself last. And I guarantee you, you can expect them to do the same. On their list, hold up, wait, let me finish.
Is that what the history is showing?
Hold on, wait.
Because I've done that.
I've
done that.
Wait. It's a method to this madness.
And that
Those are
can't even,
special
that's
men
not even
only.
Lady
healthy.
T, Lady
Them are
T,
special men
please.
only. Them not the majority.
Okay, Lady T, y'all, please just listen. The only reason I'm saying this is he would do the same for you. Oh, listen, you put him first, he's gonna put you first.
Logic. So I'm gonna ask you a question because this is kind of turned into like, everybody give advice to like Tay and Andrea. But my thing is, so Logic, I'm gonna ask you a question. You talked about regrets and all these things. Do you regret not being married earlier? Are you living in regret right now? Like, how is that affecting you and how are you dealing with it for yourself?
Yes, I regret it.
How do you live with that? Like, how do you navigate that now?
I turned my list upside down. Whatever I prioritized when I was coming up, I'm telling you, I took it and turned it upside down. See, y'all, I mean, I know that's triggering y'all to say,
wait, you always say that, Logic.
Not you, Kayla.
Wait, Logic. So you turned your list upside down. How is that working?
It's working good.
Okay, so do you foresee that, like, the regrets that you said you regretted not being married earlier and all that, so now you're trying to like fix that situation, right?
Yes.
Okay, and turning your list upside down is working well, right?
Yes.
Okay,
and I'm understanding how to vet properly.
Right. So like now you still get, it's not like your life is just over. Like you still get to live and make your decisions and move forward in a way that's productive. Everyone's going to have things that have happened to them in their past, things that affect the way they move. But that's what we do. We grow, we learn, we evolve, we do better. We take those experiences and hopefully use them to move differently in the future in ways that are more beneficial for us.
But the thing I'm saying, Kay, but wait, the thing I'm saying, Kay, is we should not have generation after generation make the same mistakes. I should not see this young lady. And when I hear her, I hear me. Because you get to that point where you say, you know what? Just like, she chasing the bag. Yes, do it. But once you get the bag, you start making over $200,000 a year. And then you know what you're going to want to do? You're going to have the ability to get everything you want, but I'm telling you, it's something different. I got kids. Also, I can buy my kids whatever they fucking dream of. But what I'm telling you is that it's still, you're missing something without a companion. It's different. It different. And if I can go back and change it, I wish when I was coming up, we didn't have YouTube. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have none of this. And I didn't have no good people to look at to see it because I was in a fucked up organization. I was in the military. Everybody was goddamn fucking and cheating. So I said, I ain't going down that road. I see what they do. But what I'm saying, if I see anybody doing something that I'm doing, she doing the same thing I did, but she just a female.
No, because I was I think I also said I'm not afraid of companionship. I think that's a different. A lot of people are afraid of companionship. I also said I'm currently dating someone right now. I don't know if you missed that either. I also said that I'm open to whatever may come. I just said I am not compromising myself at the expense of what you deem to be my end goal to be. That's what I said. So if Johnny decides he want to come with me and we make whatever love that we want to make, and then it's going to be my husband, myself, and my children, because that's how it's supposed to be. Because first of all, we should be having these kids out of wedlock if we want to have it the right way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. But what I'm saying is y'all hear things and project instead of actually listening and comprehending. That someone saying that they don't want to compromise themselves does not mean they're not open to the idea of relation. I said that. I said I've been a serial companion. I've had great companions with people, companionships.
But ma'am, listen to what I said though. I think you missed it. Hold up. I think she misses one thing because I said I ain't shaming nobody for nothing. No, it's not shaming. All I'm telling you this, I'm just giving you a new formula. The formula, you still will be first. but you would do it another way. You can put yourself first and then dare to compromise. Yes. But put him first. If he don't put you first, then lead a nigga.
To piggyback what Logic is saying regarding the tier list, because I think it's very specific and logic and math. I have a friend, he's a shaman. He said something to me a couple years ago that really gut punched me. He said that true strength, absolute true strength is knowing when your way is no longer serving you. Hence, that's why I asked the young lady, what is her end result? Because if she is not getting close to her desired end result, then her way isn't working. So I understand what Logic's saying by flipping whatever list upside down. And I don't want Tay or the other young lady to think that we're kind of, me, Courtney, or Logic coming here to jump in, but we made mistakes. I'm a single mother. Mm-hmm. I do well professionally, and guess what? That money doesn't keep me warm at night. That bag doesn't keep me warm at night.
Yeah.
Tay gave her, she talked about what she wants her end result to be, but it seems that people are not accepting it. She's saying that she wants her end result to be happy. And a lot of people, I get that some people think certain things are going to make someone happy, but she has to figure that out for herself. No one else can. Maybe she's going to be happy doing maybe what she's doing is the path to her happiness. It might not be the path to my happiness, might not be the path to anyone else's, but she has said multiple times what her end goal is. And it's like people just keep saying it's not working. It's not working. Like,
well, I don't think that's what it is, because you're saying happy. Happy is a feeling that's fleeting. So to have a longevity or a goal just to be happy, well, the next day it's going to be sad. The next day you're going to be upset. So having a goal of a feeling is not necessarily a goal.
I think that when people say they want to be happy, like my understanding is obviously, emotions, come and go. But I think that she's saying, and you can correct me, Tay, if I'm wrong, just a general feeling of being content at a certain place in life. Like your kids are good, the money situation is good, you have your the future for your kids set up, you can feel comfortable, you have things in place and you're not really worried about certain aspects of your life. Like, oh, okay, I can relax. I mean, Tay, of course, speak for yourself, but when you said, happiness was your goal, I didn't picture you just smiling like, oh, I'm happy every single day, but more so like a general
satisfaction.
Yeah, a general satisfaction, exactly, with where you are in life, and working towards that can look different for different people. It's not marriage and kids for everybody.
It's not.
And I would say
y'all too soft on each other. Cause look, I'm gonna keep it funky. I'm sorry. Yeah, y'all. Wait, I'm saying this because they can kick me off in a minute. They gonna kick me off when I say this. Check this out. You got kids, you lose your value. You gain weight, you lose your value. That's
the older you get.
And then guess what? And then now, if you got a badass attitude with that too, oh my God, you're a demon out here on these streets. And I'm gonna say it. So now when you see people in certain situations, they're just like the crackhead on the corner being picky and saying, no, I'm not compromising for nothing. Nigga, you don't even got a roof over your head. You have to compromise. Life is about compromising. And especially if you put yourself in a position where you have baggage, you have to compromise. So you know what? People tell you it's nice, but I'm going to tell you how it is. Kids, overweight, bad attitude equals you're deemed to be single.
I think that's cute. However, that was
Hey, you said multiple times that the happiness might be with you in a relationship.
I know, that's why I said what he said cute.
Like,
but I've dated more men who wanted to be with me who had no children. I think when you have children, that is baggage. You know what that's called? Reality. Right? However, you fuck with who fucks with you. And I think the problem is y'all keep trying to make people be with motherfuckers who don't even want to be with them. I'm not dating a man who doesn't want me because I have children. I'm dating a man who sees my children and said, cool. I'm dating a man who sees my children and doesn't have a problem with it. I'm not dating and changing the mind of a man who says, you got 2 kids, I deem you less valuable. Okay, nigga, bye. Bye.
It's cool, but baby, you're shrinking every day.
No,
and
what
you
I'm
know what? Lie to you, it's a fact.
No, and what I'm saying is
it's a fear mongering for me.
That's called life. Like
that's not
it's
fair.
Not, it's not fair. It is a
it's
fact.
definitely fear mongering.
It's not fear mongering. It's a fact.
I mean, it's a fact for some.
It's a fact for most.
But
we don't say
grandmother got married.
But you guys, hold on
this
a
is
second.
where she is today.
You guys, hold on a second. Let's not do this like we talked about earlier about this whole attraction thing. Let's not do this thing with the kids, because I have a few friends that are married and they have kids, but they're also extremely attractive. So I know your whole thing. Oh, men don't blah blah blah, whatever. If she has all the other qualities, she looks good, and she happens to have a kid, men will deal with that. I had a conversation with 2 men who never heard of the manosphere that said that that's not even the same thing that it used to be. It's really not, in terms of like, but if you are still attractive, you're still a good woman, and you happen to have a kid, most men are still going to date you. So let's not sit up here and try to act like kids is a boundary anymore.
You said the woman you explained didn't have 2 of them things I explained. Right. Is they running around with a bad attitude?
No,
they don't have a bad.
They're not running around with a bad attitude, right?
No.
And then you said they're extremely attractive, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So speaking as a mother, and Amber can say that too, speak for herself as a mom. I think what we're trying to, and not even talking just to you, Tay, just in general, I think we'd be fooling and lying to ourselves if we were older women with a child to not let her know what could happen. And when Logic said, when you look at what you want to be, then you see someone that you can emulate. So what I would say, Tay, or anyone else that has this idea of just wanting to be happy, well, then you find me someone, a woman that's 60 years old, that's just living herself by her lonesome, just happy. You show me a woman like that.
I know a few.
I don't.
I know
the women that I know that are not married, that are 60, are living with a lot of regrets. I shoulda, coulda, woulda. I should have changed my attitude. Man, it sucks that I have everything but the one thing, and that's really family, because now all my siblings are married. My mom and my parents are gone. My children are out the house, and I'm here by myself. And there's nothing wrong with saying that you don't. Now, you maybe don't want to say I want to be married, or I just want to be happy. Then you find me a woman that emulates, that looks like they're 60 at home by themselves on Christmas, kids gone, Valentine's Day gone, sleeping alone, or just trying to find a man to sleep with you, but then getting up and packing his shit in the morning. I don't know any 6-year-old woman that finds that idea happy. And the thing is, if that doesn't look like happiness in you, then this is the time that you need to focus on what it looks like to be that age. And we don't focus on that. We focus on the now, or I bet I can, or I can. We don't focus on doing the things now, getting our things together now, so we don't have to be that or look like that when we get 50 and 60. So it's looking towards the future. What do you want your future to look? You say happy, okay, but it has to be something specific. You wanted a particular job, so you did stuff to get your job specifically for it. You're going to school. I'm not going to school to be a nurse, but I'm taking up computer science and French. That negates what I'm going to school for, my goal.
But Courtney, we can't just push doing it. We have to push doing it the right way. Because there's a lot of 60-year-olds that was married when they was 30, when they was 40, and they single now. So let's not act like, oh, if you do it early, if you get it over with, that means it's gonna last forever when the divorce rate's 2 and 1. So let's more so, well, but let's more so push doing it the right way, having the right healthy interpersonal relationships, picking the right partner, not just time running out, girl. You need to find somebody because you're probably going to be the first one divorced if that's how you're going about it. It should be about finding the right person, doing the self-work, doing the therapy, doing all the things so you can come to a relationship whole, finding the right person and not picking a person based on convenience, attraction, all these other things, but that they check the boxes that are important and have, you know, some of those things as well. But like just pushing like, oh, you need to do it, you need to do it, you need to do it. A good friend of mine, I mean, all of us feel like she married because everybody's getting married. But we're looking at her like, this guy, I mean, they've had so many issues over the years. It's crazy that she married him, but she's from Alabama. She's 30 now. It has been an issue for years of her being unmarried. But we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen in 10 years.
Yeah. So no one is pushing to be in an unhealthy relationship.
I didn't say unhealthy.
But you can do two things at one time. You can understand that as women, time is never on our side. It's just not. It's not. You have a limit. You have a limit. You have a limit as far as with having kids. You just can't be having kids at 45 and 50. It's a limit.
I mean, you can't have
it sounds like you think the value of a woman.
So just saying.
It sounds like you think the value of a woman is our proximity to the man.
What does that mean?
Most people feel that way, that a woman's value has to do with her proximity.
What do you mean proximity to a man? That our value is just in
our attachment, granted, I'm all for like nature, what's natural, duality, yin and yang. You know, we were created to be fruitful and multiply, to love on each other, to, you know, all of that, tribal, family, familial, nuclear family stuff. I'm all for it, right? But to make it seem like that is the sole purpose, there are people that exist in the world and show up in the world and are the best version of themselves and maybe aren't as good a version of themselves attached to someone. Like, just aren't good to that person, is doing them more harm than good, and in turn doing themselves even more harm. Like, so
I'm trying to understand what you're asking me. Are you saying that I think a woman's value is valued according to a man's standard and being in a relationship and married?
Yeah, being in a relationship and married
and children.
Yes. Yeah. So, and this is why I think we as a people, and especially a lot of women, are always in search for purpose. And I'm trying to find myself. I don't want to lose myself. And I've said this multiple times, and I don't think it's that hard. Your creator created you to be what you're supposed to be. And when we're out of alignment with it, and we're trying to look and search for everything, and we lose time, and then we become 50, 60 years old, lost, living with regret of things that we shoulda, woulda, coulda. You were created a woman. God wanted you to be a wife and a mother. Now, how that looks in your relationship, if you're working and he needs you to work, then that's on your relationship. But your purpose is what you were created for. So I got lip gloss. This ain't created for me to write a thesis for. Mm-hmm. The creator created it for it to be on my lips, for my lips to be popping.
No, it's created for you to eat it. It's created for you to eat it. Whatever you want it to be.
I mean, they have edible lip glosses.
But look, if I start using it to write papers on, that it's gonna be a mess and out of order, and then the value is lost when I'm out of its purpose.
So that leads to my other question, because you're like me, a single mom, right? Wait, let me not assume. I know you're a mom, but are you single?
I'm not married.
Okay. So that being said, do you feel like you're no longer walking in your purpose?
No, I don't think I'm fulfilling my purpose. You're absolutely correct.
I would disagree. Correct. You don't feel like you're fulfilling your purpose? You don't think there's anything to be said for how you show up, your message, the things the legacy that you're going to leave behind, even if God forbid you were to die tonight? You don't feel like your daughter could look back and say, look, look what my mama did. She was spreading this message in the world and she was doing this and that. You think that
Yeah,
would
and my
take
daughter's
away
and my
from
daughter's gonna see me saying a word on the internet.
right.
And if I'm not married or have a man in my life, she's gonna see mama dying alone in her bed by herself.
Girl, you was born alone. Are you
That's what I'm
serious?
That's, I'm talking.
Okay.
We all die alone, just for clarification.
Okay,
Born
you get
alone,
the
die
gist.
alone.
You was
Let's-
born alone, you
you
would
get-
die alone.
Okay, you guys get the gist of it.
Um,
I don't want my daughter, nor do I want her to emulate a woman that is a go-getter, focused on career, and then coming home by herself. That's not the life I want my daughter to live, and that's not the life that I want to live. So I can't say I believe in nuclear family, but not trying to get myself and hopefully vetting a man, and a man vets me to see me worthy enough to be a wife. But that's what I'm actively doing. And I can actively say that I think my worth is that of a wife and a mother, and everything else is just to help my family build. But I want my daughter to be a wife and a mother, and I don't want her focused on what the outside world is doing. I
Now,
want her to have a family, so she
now,
don't have
Lady
to go
T.
through the shit that I went through.
Lady T, now you know you my soul sister. You know you my fellow flower child. We both are tree huggers. We both be grounding. We both got our crystals. We sage. We talk, right? You know nothing in this world cannot exist without its opposite.
I just said
You
I
cannot
believe
have the sun.
equality.
You cannot have the day without the night. You cannot
Mhm.
have joy without sadness. You cannot have a woman without a man to make children. So
Right.
that piggybacks our purpose as women. We are created to carry children. The African proverb says you teach a man, you teach a man, but when you teach a woman, you teach the nation, because we're the direct link to our children that we get from our men. And that's what me and Courtney are saying. It doesn't make us less of a woman. It doesn't make us docile to say, yes, we are the backbone of our men and our children, and we carry our family.
Absolutely. But that's not, I'm not at all disagreeing with that. That's not what I'm disagreeing with. What I'm saying is I have an issue with these definitive, absolute, like these statements that make it seem as though outside of that, in the process of getting to a space where you know that for yourself, you're okay. Granted, ain't nothing new under the sun, right? You know, and to Logic's point, it makes sense for us to learn from everyone else's experiences so that we won't make the same mistakes some people made. You know what I mean? And we are all the sum of our own experiences. That's that. So if a person is showing up in the world in a space where they're like, in this moment right now, even if it's you can recognize when certain things are a trauma response. I'm showing up the best way I know how right now. And if I'm to drop dead right now tonight, I could say, like, you know what? Maybe I didn't get married. You know, I didn't this or that. But everyone's whatever that is different. That's all I'm saying. So to make it seem like that's the it kind of sounds like a woman is a failure. I mean, okay, granted, if we well, Amber, you yourself, you have your child's out of wedlock.
But guess what though, too? I can't have children anymore. There are women like, you know, I'm gonna be very honest. I just got over the fact is I had to forcefully get a hysterectomy a couple years ago, and I felt less of a woman because I felt what constitutes me as a woman is the option to create children. But because of health issues, I had to get a hysterectomy at a very young age. And so there are women like us that fights that, but we still want to have children. So there's a lot more women like me who I'm blessed to have a son, but there are a lot of women who were able to have children who don't feel as a woman. And because they also feel like their purpose as a woman. But guess what? They're a mother to some children. They're foster mothers, they're aunties. Because we're still nurturing. We're still the caregivers. And so that doesn't make us less of a human being or weak because we want to be caring. Because I see in the chat, I'm looking at the chat a little bit, some women are not allowed or can't have children. And I'm one of them. But that does not negate the fact is I do still believe we have a purpose to be mothers.
So
I think
You can be
but
mothers.
I know. Kay has to go. So, well, she's going to go next. But just before she goes, and then we're going to do some super chats. That I just think that this world that we live in on this internet, where there's not balance, is just very weird to me. Why is it that if I'm a mother and a wife, that I can't have purpose outside of that? Why is it that if I have a career, that means I wouldn't be a good mother and a wife? I don't understand why women, and I've said this all the time, that women can have it all, not all at the same time, but in different seasons, you can do all of these things. Why are we arguing like you can't at this age do these things you want to do career-wise, accomplish that? At this age, have the family, do that, send the kids off to college. At this age, pursue hobbies or dreams that you want, and now the kids are gone. Like, why can't we do it all? Why is there this thing that like you can only either be a wife and be in the kitchen, or you can only be a career woman? Like, it's been proven across many people, Judge Lynn Toller, for instance, that have shown us that you can do it all. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but to like create this box in this modern world where like technology is so crazy, I just don't understand why people have to make it this way.
And I don't understand why we have to. Wait a minute, Logic.
Hold on, Hold on.
Sorry.
So like this whole situation, like just listening to everyone talk from the beginning of the show till now, I think a lot of what people say has to do with their personal situation, things that they've been through. When you have been through, or you're in certain situations, regardless of what they may be, and it's funny that like each group recognizes that from each other, but like me sitting here as a person with no kids out of wedlock, not like an abusive, relationship of the past, none of these things that some other people have described on the panel, I'm just sitting back, like everyone is speaking from the traumas, the situations that they don't view as the best, all of these things. And that's where this advice is coming from. And I get it. That is like, I think the natural thing that people do. I just think that we have to be more understanding that everyone is going to view things differently. Like if you are a woman who was in a relationship, got cheated on, got divorced, and that's the lens you're looking at things from, you're going to be like, look, I'm trying to help you. This is what you need to do because that's what you want.
Don't go here. Don't go here.
Everyone has their own place that they're coming from. And it's just really interesting to see like the people who have children and aren't married have a certain way of viewing it. Andrea mentioned that she was a stripper and sees how men interact in certain situations. She had a certain way of viewing things. Tay, you shared your experience with your relationship and how you now have your children that you really didn't necessarily want at first. And you view things a different way. Logic, you regret not being married earlier. You're coming at it a different way. Like everyone is doing this based on them.
Don't talk about my experiences. Don't talk about my experience.
No, I'm not talking about your experience.
No, don't
Logic,
talk about
what the hell?
No, don't talk. No,
Chaos. Logic.
You're trying to get me triggered right now.
No, I'm not. You
Yeah,
said
triggered.
I'm just playing. Hey, y'all niggas, hit that like
I
button.
was about to say, you said it. Logic, what's wrong with
I was about to say, Logic was having one of his dramatic
You my
Right.
old friend.
Definitely.
I
Always
think
from
we just
someone
have
that's triggered.
we just have to realize everyone's path in life is different. I can't sit up here and start saying certain things like that's not Courtney, that's not you. I can't talk to you about what I want to do in my life to guide you in yours. It's not necessarily going to be the same thing, and that goes for everyone. And I think that's where the whole misunderstanding is. We have to be okay with other people living their lives the way that they're going to live them. There's nothing we can do. If Tay wants to build a legacy by going to work and building up whatever, and maybe she'll regret it in 10, 20 years, maybe, but that's her. She has to deal with that. There's nothing
Okay.
There's nothing anyone's going to say because right now,
you say this all the time, Kay. I hear you say this one thing all the time, Kay. When people talk about education, right? What do you stop them and say?
What?
I'm the expert in this field, right? You said this. And then most of the time, People with common sense, they have to concede to that. If we're talking about the education system and you're actually in the education system, should we concede to your experience?
What's that? Can you tell me where the parallel?
No, just answer the question. Do you not do that all the time? And isn't that a solid point? So now if you got older women that's telling somebody, hey, this is what I'm going through, and I'm older than you. It's the same way when you stop us and say, hey, you have experience in this, and then we got to at least listen.
Logic, I get what you're saying. Trauma bond while telling people not to trauma bond. I make it make sense.
Logic, I get what you're saying.
Lady T, I wasn't even talking to you. You just want to say something.
Logic,
that's why your ass cross-sided. But Kay,
I understand what you're saying.
That point, Kay.
Logic, I understand what you're saying, but this is not necessarily that. Telling somebody I am an expert in this field and saying, look, this is what I did. I know how to do it. I'm doing it successfully is a lot different than I was gonna be a teacher and I didn't. So I'm telling you from this angle, it's a different angle. It's
okay, it's the same angle. Courtney gave me. I hate when y'all be disingenuous, man. This is crazy.
It's crazy because literally
Kayla, hold up. Because Kayla, I'm talking to her. Kayla, look, Courtney and Amber gave their experience.
As they should.
Okay, and they're older. I gave my experience, and I'm an older male. So at the end of the day, nobody is goddamn gonna put a gun on her head and say you got to do this. But at the end of the day, this is the problem. We have to listen to the people who goddamn went through the shit. I'm going to listen to you when you talking about education because you hold the experience. Why is black people so pig-headed that we fail to listen to the people that go through shit and we'll rather go through it ourselves, and now she'll be in our seat 10 years from now saying the same thing we said to another young girl. And that's what you call generational curse.
The Logic, no offense or anything. I understand what you're saying, but also when I do, I mean, this is to me in all good for conversation, right? But when I do try to get or go to someone to get that deep sound advice, I go to people that have the results that I want. So no shade or anything, but like there are women in my church, there are women at my job that like have been married for 20 years. Why would I not listen to them before I would say that this advice is more sound than theirs?
Okay.
Hold on, Logic.
Wait. You're so
but you also can't say,
that young lady got kids.
Hold on.
The young lady got kids.
Hello.
What are you talking about? It made no sense.
Hello.
Hold on. Logic, I can answer that. I can answer that.
Go ahead.
I didn't even ask a question. I wasn't even finished. My main point is that what you guys did, you guys didn't come up here and just share your experience. You shared your experience to invalidate hers as if you have the answers when you're still working on it, just like she is.
No, you fully I regret everything I did. How the fuck is that invalidate? You can't do that.
You used her experience to make all of your point. You didn't come up here and just speak organically from your experience.
My experience, Amber's experience, Courtney's experience, all of us in the same circle. Only advantage she have is she's younger. She can fix the mistakes.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that so why
have the results? That's what she's saying. So as far like my grandmother, who had multiple children and still has a 35-year marriage, has the results. So if I would want, like, I can hear what you're saying, and you're saying you might be me, you might be lonely, you might not be able to have kids. This is a might. But
you literally just said you didn't want to be like your grandmother. You literally,
but
at
I
the beginning of the show, you said, I don't want to be like my mother, my grandmother, unhappy with a man I don't want to be with.
I said, I don't want to be my grandmother and not follow my dreams or whatever it is that I want to do because I had children. I didn't say my grandmother was necessarily unhappy, but y'all also said, right? Being a wife and having children is what you were made for. So in your soliloquy, my grandmother is doing exactly what y'all said should have been done. was make children, multiply, and have a husband. She has that 20 plus years. So either way it goes, my grandmother is a testament to what y'all telling me to do, which is have a legacy behind me, have a husband who I live for, and put my family first. That's what y'all said. So I said, I don't want to be my grandmother, right? Because my grandmother negated herself to do exactly what y'all telling me to do.
Okay.
Doesn't sound fun.
Oh, let me go. I wanna respond to Kayla because
it is fun with the right guy.
If anyone would be an absolute fool to not to listen to someone that has made mistakes to learn from it. Only a fool would want to continue to make mistakes on their own because they're not listening to people that have been in their shoes, have made the mistakes, and here to tell you the reasons how we made them and how we're trying to change our mistakes, and quite frankly, doing a pretty damn good job on it. Right, if you were starting a bit, if you were starting a business, hold on, Kayla.
You think that she didn't make any mistakes?
Hold on.
No, I just want to know. Did you not think that she made any of the mistakes that you did?
I'm not necessarily just talking to her. I'm answering your question on if you want to learn from someone, then look at the person that has the results. If you was a business owner, you will be an absolute fool to not get any advice from someone who might have failed at the business and get the reasons why.
But when I go into Shark Tank, I'm not going into the Shark Tank. I'm not going into the Shark Tank to get an investment and advice from people who failed. I'm going in there from the people who succeeded so that they can teach me how to succeed.
What, the people at the Shark Tank?
And the people that succeeded, hold on.
The Shark Tank failed.
But the people that succeeded also failed before they succeeded. The people in the Shark Tank
failed as well, multiple times as well.
Yes, but they still succeeded.
And so they might fail again.
Why would I listen to the people that failed and are still failing versus the people that failed and figured out a way to find success? Because these people on the right cracked the code. They both was failing, but this person cracked the code to figure out how to go from failure to success.
No, your code is off. Your code is fucking
No, their code is not off because they're married, which is what you guys are saying that you wanted. And she had downfall. She had a child before her 20-year marriage that she said. She made mistakes, but she figured out how to crack the code and get the results that I want. So I'm going to listen to her first. I'm not saying that we can't all share our opinion, but if you're saying somebody's advice should be the end all be all, it would be hers because she did the failures just like you did, but she figured out how to get to the success. So what do you
to bring something full circle though? Tay's grandmother is a wife. You know what Tay's grandmother did that logic told everyone to do earlier? Put herself last.
Thank you.
But according to Kayla, we can't listen to him because he didn't get it right.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that because my grandmother was married for 20 plus years and has some of the same feelings. So she has some of the same feelings at 84 years old, has some of the same feelings that she lived her whole life for other people. And now she's 84 and everybody done went on to live their life. And she doesn't know what her own thing was to do for her own self. But so what are you talking about? She's widowed twice, was married until she was widowed.
And that's why I'm happy being single.
So like I said, there has to be a healthy medium. I learned from her and I learned from my mother. I learned that there has to be a healthy medium. Your whole life cannot be about your kids because they will go on to have their own life and then you won't know what's going on. Your whole life can't be about your man. He will die one day. Like your whole life is not just about one singular thing. There has to be balance in everything that we do.
Yeah, he might be.
Like relationships are the most underpaid jobs you'll ever have as a woman. If you're really a selfless, submissive woman, when you're in a relationship with somebody and you're yielding to that man and really walking, like if you've vetted the right person that you trust enough to guide you and take his lead, allow him to take the lead, like you're really just operating in a certain space. Like you're being selfless essentially. Like
so we keep doing these extremes, and Kayla, you're being the most extremist on here right now, talking about, well, it's either this or that. No one is saying making family a priority negates you wanting to do some things. No one said that.
But
It's
it does.
making family a priority should be a priority. But you wanting to do stuff, have a hobby, have a job, okay, you can do that in the ramifications of your family. No one is saying just be barefoot and pregnant. That
Courtney,
never came out of my, it comes out of Logics, but that never came out of mine. Mine was put family first. Nuclear family first.
I'm
that
big
should
on
be
that.
priority.
Courtney, I agree with what you were saying about you know, you were kind of saying it in just like we should never listen to those people, but I got your point that you know, you can learn from other people's mistakes, and sometimes people who go through things will try to, you know, help steer someone in a different direction than what they've gone. I know that that is a thing, and I think that when people do that, they have the best intentions a lot of the time. They want to say, you know what, look, I went through this, I don't want you to go through this. And you know, with that being said, for me, I think there's a balance, because I have to filter out, all right, a person got a certain result, so they're speaking from a place of not having the thing they want, so it's gonna come off a little bit differently. Can they be dropping some gems? Absolutely. Am I gonna listen and, you know, take what I can and whatever? Yes. But also then you have to think like, this could be hindering as well, because the person is coming from a different mindset of not succeeding. Whereas you will talk to somebody who has been successful in this same thing, and it won't come from such a place of, I don't want to say negativity, but it'll be more positive. And I'm not saying everything always has to be positive, but I just think that people have to really be careful with where they get their information, because sometimes just because someone has been through something, it doesn't mean they're giving you good advice.
Right.
And sometimes the advice that they're giving you is why they're in the situation they're in. I just think that
what are you?
Wait,
no, I literally had an argument. I literally had a conversation with a girl about this, and
people's
you guys would troll her if y'all heard what she was saying, and she had the nerve to say, "I'm 43. I'm 13 years older than you. I know what men want, but you're single, and I'm single, and you're 13 years older. So how do you saying because you're older, you have the answer, Sway? Because we're still here, both in the same predicament."
Let me say this, Kayla. I absolutely
you can learn from people's mistakes. You can learn from watching people. It doesn't even always have to be like, I love learning from other people's mistakes. Like, I saw a bunch of people I knew getting pregnant, all types of stuff. I knew I didn't want that life. I've never been pregnant.
Hey, look. I'm taking it back.
Like it.
I don't give a fuck if they got spider webs on the side of their face.
Really, Logic?
Okay, I said,
fucks.
can I please?
Really,
I
Logic?
Hold on, Logic.
Those spiders bite the shit out of your ass.
Logic. I said, I do not want to have a child before I'm married. So I was very diligent about getting married. Now I'm in a safety zone, so I can have a child if I want now. I mean, I saw other people struggling through their 20s, not being able to have any fun. I knew I didn't want that. So I learned from their mistakes. They didn't have to say, man, you don't want to do this because, you know, I'm out here and I just want to they didn't even have to say that. Not to me. I saw them not being able to go out, not being able to do.
And I just want to say, I wholeheartedly agree with what Kayla just said. I'm sorry.
Hold on, real quick. So when you see people, you can learn from their mistakes. You don't always have to get it through their own trauma response, if that makes sense.
But that's not how life works. Life works is we learn from experience. Well, see, you right now, you're probably the least qualified to talk about this situation. And even though you think that you said, oh, because I haven't made these mistakes, that make me more qualified.
I didn't say that.
Wait. I'm really going to what Kayla was saying. Oh. That is the most bullshit that you ever heard. The most experience you can get from somebody who went through it. The sound advice you can get from somebody who went through it. That's just like, wait. And we said this. Who can you get advice from? The surgeon with 5,000 successful surgeries and 2 fucked up ones? that he had 2 lawsuits, or you get the nigga that's straight out of goddamn medical school and he only have 6
That's
surgeries.
just not a
That's not a good
comparable. It's not a
Can
comparable
I just say
thing.
this?
That analogy
Okay,
doesn't
let
get
Amber-
along here.
Because the thing is, with experience, it's gonna come mistakes. So if you
But
don't believe
again,
that,
it's not about the mistakes, Logic. It's about what you
Okay.
do after the mistakes
Can I
to
just say this?
recover.
Can I
And
just
We
say
all
this?
make
glorifying-
mistakes. How do you recover?
Can I
If we're
just say this?
glorifying the
recover?
mistakes,
All right,
How do you
Amber,
not make them again?
Amber, what do you need to say, baby girl?
Thank
if
you.
we're
Amber,
glorifying the mistakes, then why
Shout
are we
out to
trying to
shout
prevent?
out to the alley-oop, Courtney.
If
Like,
all you got is
say
mistakes,
is-
like why would you
Go
be
ahead,
like
Amber.
the person to go to?
I actually wholeheartedly agree with Kayla was just saying. You want to go to school, you learn from an expert. However, life is not either or. Life is and both. I learn from the best of the best, and then I also get jewels dropped by my neighborhood crackhead who comes and pick off the trash off my porch. I hear from married women who are miserable like Amber. Make sure you vet this guy because I'm sick of this nigga. I want to get out. And I've had advice from divorced women that marriage is beautiful. I made this mistake or it didn't work out and I can't wait to get married. 2 things can reside in the same space. You know, that's just what I want to say.
Amber, you can absolutely learn from anyone. I just wonder why, when people have all this advice for other people, like how come the advice is not being applied in one's own situation to have the things that they say they want?
Because people
Those who
giving
can
advice
do,
from a
those
self-righteous,
who
unhealed
That's
space. A
why.
lot of
That
it.
is some facts.
Wait,
Have
what
you
did you say,
heard of that?
Courtney?
Have you ever heard of that? Those who
What?
can do, those who can't teach. That's why. You heard of that saying?
So,
Yeah,
but the best teachers,
Is
are
that
honestly
what you
still
just
working in
resolved?
the
That's
field.
why.
Huh?
That's why. Okay.
But y'all, for seriously, the best teachers are honestly still working in the field and keeping up with the trends. They're not people that couldn't make it, and so they had to go teach.
I mean,
Mhm.
I just
don't know.
I'm gonna go to a school
I don't
where
know
the
about
professors still work in the field versus a school where the professors couldn't make it, so then they became teachers. That's why I chose my
a lot of
university.
people love
Actually,
Trump, and he was never a politician. So how about that?
I don't care. My taxes was lower. I could care less about where he went to school. That
Oh,
don't matter nothing to
no,
me.
but he was supposed to have the experience and be a politician in it, right?
I mean, he was a
But
bad
did you see
businessman
some of
who
those
worked for a
policies
bad
that came through? They
corporation.
were good,
It worked
and they were
out.
good for our community. So
Logic was talking about experiences and like, how, that you can be one of the best, teachers or whatever if you have gone through certain things. But like the entire point is to prevent people from going through these things, right? So like if there are other ways, like if someone who has not gone through these things can tell me something, or either I can just look at someone's life and be like, I don't want that for myself. I feel like that's just how you have to navigate.
No, y'all, I don't know why y'all hate to listen. All I was trying to say to you is that's why I use the analogy of the surgeon. Somebody who's been doing it for years, they will have more mistakes than the person that just started. And ask yourself, who taught the person that just started?
Okay, let's look at it.
But if you go,
no, don't look at it no way.
I would look at it.
Wrong. Unless you can prove it wrong, that's the only thing that you should say.
I would look at it a little bit differently because I get what you're saying. But the reason I would look at it a little bit differently is, let's say I look at it like this. What at our comparable age, like let's say somebody has.
No, can you please use my same analogy?
If you keep making mistakes, I don't want to learn because you
use my same analogy so it can make sense.
Wait a minute, Miss Elijah, let Tay talk. So she's
No, hold up.
I'm saying your analogy, even with a doctor, if this doctor for 30 years keep making the same mistakes, they gotta want to learn from you because you ain't learned from your own dumbass mistakes.
No,
it's
malpractice.
Like even in your analogy, the doctor the surgeon who keep botching surgeries, baby, I don't want to go to you. I don't want to learn from you. The only thing you can teach me is nothing at this point.
You know what? You so fucking hood that you can't even hear what the fuck I said. I said vast amount of experience. And then with that comes mistakes. If you're a goddamn stripper, you gonna fall off the pole 1 or 2 times.
Logic.
Hold up, wait, No. You want if you don't listen, I can become just as ratchet as you.
Doing something to justify things that you've done.
Let's go now.
What you just said was you want to keep taking advice from the doctor who keep making mistakes. And I said, I wouldn't
make mistakes. Listen, see you hear.
That's what you just said.
People will say anything.
You fucking slow. I did not say that. You gotta be slow. You hear what you want to hear.
I don't think insult. I don't think.
Don't do what? Tell the truth.
I don't think insults are necessary.
Not like that.
What's wrong with them?
Don't do that.
Insults are necessary because someone can insult you and then you'll be upset and then you'll be calling the masculine word. So at the end of the day, so at the end of the day, I think y'all be thinking that like just because you said it, it's so, and it's not. So if your dumb ass gonna keep making the same dumbass mistakes, I don't want to learn from your dumb ass. It's simple as that. Like
I think a lot of people, and everyone makes mistakes. Everyone makes bad decisions. Of course, we're human. That's what happens. But I think a lot of times people who make like a lot of life-changing, decisions that they wouldn't necessarily have made if they could do it again. I think that a lot of people that are in that situation have a tendency to try to glorify like their ability to speak on something. And I'm not saying people can't speak. You can speak on whatever you want. But like, it's not necessarily a good thing, especially if, like Kayla was saying earlier, it hasn't been fixed yet. Like, what? So yeah, you have all this experience doing all the things that so-and-so isn't supposed to do, but then somebody else is like bypassing all of those negative experiences. Why would they listen to you? You're still not doing the thing. I'm not saying you Logic.
No, because see y'all you running. You're not listening to what I said. You wait. You're going off her narrative. What I said. Because y'all have a hard time of listening. And if she would have listened, I said 5,000 to 2. So now what is that?
I wasn't talking about these surgeons.
Oh, no. Because she keeps saying that. No, because if anybody make multiple mistakes constantly, what he would be doing? Unemployed. So I'm saying the success rate. And this is the thing that y'all don't understand. This is how I can tell y'all young and y'all lack experience. Failure is the greatest teacher. Failure is the greatest teacher. If you want to know, listen to the surgeon that was just on Joe Rogan. He talked about how he became one of the best surgeons by making mistakes. Making mistakes taught him how to go ahead and be quick, be decisive. It was not all about the book. So like I said, not only is experience our biggest teacher, but failure. If we don't have failure, what are we going to learn from?
Yeah. Let me ask a question too.
And it's insane.
So we can't learn without failing. Like we can't learn from other people's mistakes, and we can't learn from people giving us sound advice that we can just make sound decisions so that we don't make mistakes. Or are pushing at people those do one failed marriage so that the second one can be good. Like, what are we doing?
Kayla,
what are you saying?
It can make sense. Kayla, that's what we were saying, that people can learn from folks' mistakes. However, you were negating the people that made mistakes, that are willing to say a story and be transparent on how we made mistakes. You're often as if it's not important or that we shouldn't say it because we haven't gotten the results yet.
No, I wasn't saying. What I was saying is that when you're giving said advice, it should come from a humble place, since you don't have the results that you're preaching about. You only have the mistakes part. So when you were talking to Tay about it, I just felt like it should have all came from a more humble place, because y'all don't have the results as of yet, versus someone who's made the mistakes, cracked the code, and got the results. Not just made the mistakes.
Because everybody said they won't do the same thing. You just go ahead, Courtney. Please, Nelly.
At the end of the day, I guess and you're right. At the end of the day, all of us should be quite very humble, because the only person on here that's married is Kay. So you're absolutely right, Kayla. All of us should be very, very humble. But let me ask you this question. So we shouldn't have scared straight programs? Should we get rid of those? It's a question.
Man, I haven't thought about scared straight.
I keep thinking about
tell me what that is.
You just
from the
yeah, I keep thinking about that.
Create more trauma just to get results.
Courtney, what talk
What
show
is that
used to
again?
have that
I'm
all
not
the
aware.
time in
What is Scared Straight?
the 90s and early 2000s?
Was it Scared? It's Scared Straight. It's a program, and it's a
What's
legit
that?
program in schools or community centers that they bring kids to jails and prisons, and they're talking to the people, scaring them straight, especially troubled kids that they see will be deemed to go the same path that these people are that are in jail. They're stealing at a young age. They're lying to their parents, sneaking out the house at a young age. So older people are seeing the road that they're going down. And so they're taking, this is the road that is going to happen to you if you continue on with your attitude, with your actions, your behavior. So should that program be deemed not and void, not important, because you have people that are seeing young folks make the mistakes or exhibiting the exact same behavior as they did and can see themselves putting themselves in a situation where they are now.
How many white kids? How many white kids were in Scared Straight?
I
think the difference.
No, but how many white children needed Scared Straight to get it together?
There's a lot of kids in Scared Straight.
White children
White
that
kids.
needed Scared Straight to get it together.
And I also think the difference is on Scared Straight, even to Kayla's point, even the way they spoke to these children were speaking on their own personal experience. It wasn't attacking the child's experience to negate what they're doing, to show what you should be doing right. And I think that's what Kayla was getting at. So when y'all came on here, as far as I was concerned, y'all was married, result driven, had chill, like the whole nine. Y'all was just telling me all the fucked up shit I did, right? And nobody said, and when I came up here, I said, I don't speak on anyone's experience. Why? Because I can't speak to your experience. Why? Because I didn't live your experience. I lived mine. And
You're
that's
a lady.
hold on, wait.
Hold on, let her finish.
I don't cut anyone off. I love to have conversation, but if we both talking, then no one's listening.
Cause you full of shit.
If
I
we're
told
both
you my
talking, no
experience.
one's
I told you
listening.
my auntie's experience.
Hold on, wait. Listen,
No,
no, but you said, no, all you, because even when I asked you, I said, what did your auntie say? Or what was it? It was like, my auntie said the same thing. I said a lot of shit. What is it? What exactly are you speaking to? And what I'm saying is, when I watched those Scared Straight episodes, it was like, baby, this is what I did.
That's cap.
But in the Scared Straight episodes,
baby, that's what I did.
Listen,
no,
what
wait, the Scared Straight
episodes, get in line.
The Scared Straight episodes, it was, I fucked up. I did this. I did all of this. Y'all came on here and said, you did this wrong. You ain't gonna have no results. You need to get pregnant. You need to have a husband. Instead of coming here and saying, listen, because I have little cousins too, right? I have little cousins too. When I talk to them, I don't say, girl, you fucking up. I say, look, this is what I did wrong. This is what I did wrong. I speak to myself first. What you see me do wrong. And then I'm going to tell you, the road you're going down or the road let's travel is not the road you want to go on. So if y'all want to condemn or project, it's cute. Thank God it's me and not somebody else, because motherfuckers around here crying to their mama about the same shit that y'all be doing. But I'm confused as to how y'all think the shit y'all doing is working when it's coming off as judgment instead of correction in the progressive.
So ma'am. So you hold up, Courtney. So ma'am, you gonna tell me that I did not sit here and tell you that I did this. And I said, the reason I speak from this perspective is because not only have I done it, I seen my aunties go through this before I even start talking to you. Didn't I say this, ma'am?
Hello? Yeah, you said that.
Okay, so then why would you say, if anything, I was attacking myself and my aunties?
But if anything, you see how you told me I need to listen, right? I was speaking to what Courtney said, and Courtney is the one that made the statement about Scared Straight.
You didn't say Courtney.
Hold on, wait. Yes, I did, because I said when these two women came on here, I would have thought y'all were married, children. I said that. I said all of that. That's what I said. So I was answering Courtney's question. And if you said that, cool. But I also remember asking you because, right, I'm trying to learn with my young self, right? I said, what exactly did your aunt say that was wrong? Or something to that magnitude is what I said. But you wasn't answering that question. So if I'm trying to learn, but you also ain't gonna answer the fucking question.
I couldn't answer because when I was trying to dialogue with you, it's a panel, so this how it goes. So, but you know what? I would say that to you. If you did say that, the reason my aunties in the position they in is because, and I don't know, I did say this, it's because they failure to look at the people who made them similar mistakes. And then they had the kids, they said that they was going to be for self. That's why I put up the little diagram and spin it upside down for you. Remember that? You remember the little diagram and spin it upside down?
The one about the hot Cheetos I don't eat?
It was a list. It wasn't even, it was not a diagram. But
Look, I ain't got no smoke with you. I love you to death. I'm just saying, I don't want to see people make the same mistakes when they can look at the blueprints of other people and just ask questions. I think you young enough, you got time. And then now, the only reason I jumped on this panel because I heard a woman saying she would not compromise nothing. And then you know what? I don't want no black women to be like that. And if I can sit here and tell you that I'm fucked up, and I can tell you my fucked up ways instead of saying that, then so be it. I would tell you I'm fucked up. I say I'm fucked up on every panel. Come look at the Thursday show. I say I'm fucked up. I pick up chicks from Walmart. I'm fucked up. And I don't never bite my tongue. I try to get advice, whoever I can get from advice, old or young. So that's what I'm saying, baby. You cool with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna follow you on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we can pop a bottle together.
Yay, we made up. So I'm gonna bring
I'm not
out
sure if you want
callers.
to drink now, because when I get drunk, I get masculine.
Oh, yeah, you ain't gonna drink
That
this.
voice didn't sound like you get masculine. That voice
I don't get mad. Honestly, I've never been told by a
Listen.
man. I've never been told by a man I'm masculine at all. So I mean, I don't have those problems.
You get masculine like want to fight?
No,
I'm
I
gonna
don't
bring
fight
up the
men.
callers.
I don't fight men.
Because we are
Wait,
getting
she
to
said something good. What you mean get masculine? What you do?
Of the show.
Huh?
Well, hey, you need to come on Keep It Funky Friday. I want to do a one-on-one with you.
A one-on-one with who?
Keep
I
It
don't have
Funky
time.
Friday.
Look at you. You done got an invite from Logic.
Right after
Well,
he tries to play her. You see
I ain't trying to play her.
I think people don't. I think what it is, people see me and think it's quiet and don't understand. I'ma speak my shit. Like I'm 305 today I die. One thing about it, two things for sure. We say what the fuck we mean and mean what the fuck we say.
Period.
Okay.
Period.
Yes, period. Say period, baby.
So, you guys, let me read off the super chats, and then I want to hear some quick thoughts from our guests that we just had that called in. So, just super chat. Shout out to Dale. We fuck with you. Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Dale. Shout out to Mr. Logic. You know,
No,
Logic
we my
thought it was
shit.
so much
It's my money.
Okay. Shout out to Courtney. Thank y'all so much.
Shout out to I didn't
No.
You want me to read them? Okay, Before I Let Go by Frankie Beverly, Tequila Life.
Okay. Shout out to Construct Icon. Appreciate that.
They them all at once. I'm pretty sure they do.
Shout out to Julius. I don't know what you're implying.
Yep, that's what she said.
Shout out to Miss Parker. Okay.
Who is this Harpo? Y'all gotta read them.
Kayla has for damage.
Shout out to I'm okay. Shout out to Julius. Notice how much patience Kayla has for. No, that's what we're not doing. That's why I'm not reading them because that's not okay.
That's the purpose of the super chat, baby. What the fuck?
This is our show, and I will do it how I feel. And on Fridays, you can do it how you feel. Logic. Okay. So shout out to Stacey.
Fucking women. This is fucking insane. I can't believe this.
Oh my gosh, it's insane that we're doing what we want on our show. I cannot believe it. That's crazy. Shout out to Coco Danielle.
Damn right, Coco Danielle. I'm a bully. I'm about to bully your ass.
Oh Lord. Okay. Shout out to G Firm 456.
Weak ass.
Why go to college? Whatever. Shout out to S. Howard. I never seen her. Okay. Salute to Courtney. Shout out to G Firm again. Apparently, I'm all capped. Security gave the same advice. I didn't receive it from her either. I do what I want. You should know this by now. Again from G Firm. I got a fan, y'all, because he. Okay, hey boo, how you doing? Okay. Can't keep my name out his mouth. And then last but not least, G Firm again giving some
I'm harsher than
who knows what this is. Okay. So
hey Kayla, I put in
I do,
you missed one of my super chats.
If we could give our guests,
you did do two. Logic did 2 super chats.
Okay, hold on. I'll find it. In the meantime, I'm going to give John the Baptist, T-Rel, and Jay Prince a few minutes. We are winding down to the end of the show, so, keep it cute. We'll start with Jay Prince, then we'll go to T-Rel, and then John the Baptist.
Oh, no, we're not winding the show down.
How y'all doing? Long time.
No, we're not winding the show down. We still got about another 2 hours.
What?
JR.
That was funny.
What up, Mr. Logic?
Y'all definitely keep that going.
I remember I had somebody back in the day told me when I had to do a little bit of change. They said, "Man, you got to get flexible." So that's the same message I'm gonna preach to you guys too on the panel tonight. We going another 2 hours strong, and we're gonna get flexible, y'all. We're gonna get flexible. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Logic and I already put in that overtime last week with the
that sounds inappropriate. I'm not sure what he's trying to say.
I know. It's time to get flexible.
But Jay Prince, what's good? It's been a minute since we've seen you.
Yeah, it's been a little while. How y'all doing?
Hey, Jay Prince.
What are your thoughts for tonight?
Okay, one, I want to say I'm like Logic. I have aunties and stuff like that had the same mindset as Tay. And usually the women that usually have that mindset, they usually wasn't so successful with men, and then so they couldn't find a man to really love them like that or marry them, so they adopted this mindset that they don't really need no man, and then they just went deep into the left of having a man because of resentment. Now, I wanted to ask Tay, when Eve first started, right? Let's just say Eve had your mindset. The first woman, Eve. If she has Tay mindset, where would this life be? If she said, "No, we ain't having no kids, none of that. I just want to explore life and all this other stuff," where would we be if she had your mindset?
She would have just been logging right back onto the chat because the nigga y'all said I don't have just called me and I had to answer.
No, if Eve had that mindset, none of us won't be here. Life would have ended with Adam and Eve.
Okay, say that again.
I said if Eve would have had your mindset, let's just say the first woman on this planet, because when y'all start talking about the purpose of a woman. So, and y'all disagree with the purpose of a woman is having babies and all this other stuff, right?
Nobody
so they would have had well, y'all were challenging it.
Said it wasn't the soul.
It wasn't the soul. Okay, if it wasn't the soul, let's just say, okay, the first woman had a mindset like Tay. Well, I don't want no kids. I would just want to enjoy life that God gave me and just live life and don't want no kids, right? So she had that mindset. Where would people be if she didn't have no kids at all? The first woman.
Guess what? You know what Tay do? Tay also listens.
Objection.
Because Eve didn't listen, she bit the apple. So that's why we fucking here right now. No. So the way I see it, if she would have had my mindset, she wouldn't have bit that apple to begin with, right?
No, what I'm saying is,
great listener.
If the first woman would have never had kids, none of us won't be here. Life would have ended a long time ago.
If Eve would have never ate the apple, guess what?
So the purpose, what I'm getting at, the purpose of a
we
woman
are here
is to
because Eve
the
ate the
purpose of
apple.
a
You know
woman
that,
is
right? You know
no,
we
the
here
purpose
because
of a
Eve ate
woman
the
is
apple.
to reproduce with a man.
But we're here because Eve ate the apple. We wouldn't be having this conversation right now if Eve didn't bite the apple. We would be living freely the way I said I want to live, right?
I thought we was here because they was fucking.
No, and that's
who did this?
She ate the apple. So if she didn't eat the apple, God would probably just been making we would have been living right now untumultuous.
And then that one more one more
Like,
thing with the lady, the stripper lady. I think she adopted that mindset because of the men that comes to that strip club.
Let's refer to people as their names. Thank you.
Her name was Andrea.
Yeah, Andrea. I think Andrea, no disrespect, sorry for disrespecting you, Andrea. Andrea, I think Andrea adopted that mindset because by her admission that she was a stripper, she adopted that mindset from the men she saw in the strip club.
Well, she actually spoke to why she adopted that. She said her father, she admitted to having daddy issues. Her father wasn't around. Her father betrayed her. And then now she's working where she's working and she sees guys essentially cheating on the wives that everyone's telling women to be every night when she.
Hey, so my daddy went around too. So do I get an excuse to be a hoe?
So all of these issues come from trauma.
Well, we no, don't do
What,
the whole calling thing.
No, I'm not calling her a hoe. I'm saying for the shit I did, I'm a hoe. I'm not calling her a hoe. I'm saying my daddy went around. So do I get an excuse for being a hoe?
I don't think that's an excuse. I think that's. I think that.
I'm just saying. I'm gonna let the lady cross-eyed answer me, please. I'm sorry. I mean, Lady T. I'm sorry.
You know what? Logic got to be cross-eyed because he think everybody else is cross-eyed.
For real.
Did she answer my question without y'all interrupting? I'm just saying.
No.
My daddy wasn't around.
You
So
need
do
an
that give me an
excuse
excuse
to
to
be
do what I did?
anything. I don't know why people are interpreting people's truths as excuses. If they hold themselves accountable and say, this is how I'm showing up, I acknowledge that I lived in this way. And because I lived in this way, I'm now deciding to live in that way.
I'm saying, but Lady T, can I use my daddy not being there as an excuse to why I did what I did? I'm just
Men use it all the time. Oh, I don't know how to be a leader because I didn't have a leader.
To evolve into a better version of
no, but lady, but I'm just saying, can you just please answer the question?
Logic, it's not about whether or not.
Excuse, yes or no?
It's not about whether or not it's an excuse. This
right. That's why I'm having a hard time answering.
He got a point. He trying to is making a good point though.
They go so deep, it don't make no sense.
A lot of these women using what they went through, like what she said, her daddy issues. They using that as a crutch and. Like, let's just say she would have never had no daddy issues. Do you think she would have still had that type of mindset? Because there's a lot of women sitting up here listening to y'all, and they just vibing off what she said based off her traumas.
JP, you've been on this show so many times talking about the issues you've had with Black women. How are you possibly now coming here talking about what somebody else shouldn't be doing in terms of their deep-rooted issues?
Wait a minute, I'm lost now, Kay.
Always get that messed up. Like,
no sense.
So we have the answers as though we're not.
And but Kay, you like you said, Kay, and you be the main one to correct me and put me in my place about that, right?
I'm saying, how can you understand it for somebody else, but not?
But you checked me on that topic when I was coming on this show, and you was the main one checked me on there, gave me some type of insight, so I learned from my mistakes.
You didn't learn, but the entire show, the whole show, we've been talking about this, and like T said, everyone was very transparent about the issues and the things that led them to think the way that they think now. And I, acknowledge that. And I even asked follow-up questions about that to each person that shared their experience. So like, you're saying things that everyone already knows. They acknowledged it about themselves. And we had a whole conversation about it. Like, it's not like now you're holding someone accountable. They already know this.
But it's going to be a lot of people sitting up there listening to these women, and I feel like a lot of women in these days, in today's time, a lot of these women adopted those mindsets from women that was damaged that way.
Yes. All right. I know it's
safe for men. Same to say for men.
Baby.
Let's
and men too. It goes for men too. I done adopted a lot of stuff. Like when y'all was talking about, like when Kayla was talking about, you can't learn from people that make mistakes.
JP, wait. Let's get John and Terrell, because really we about to do like a lightning round of answers so that we can get out of here. It is.
Just give me 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes.
Terrell, go ahead. Are you ready, or you want John to go first?
No, I'll go. Okay. No, it's basically on the topic when you said, when is it time to leave a relationship? Mm-hmm. To me, it's basically like when y'all actually realize y'all actually are showing each other who you really are, instead of for that face that you put on when you first meet somebody. And you find out you ain't got nothing in common with each other. You don't really like her. Is, for instance, like if I was going out with Courtney, but every time I go out with Courtney, I'm thinking about Lady. But we're not married. We're not together. I need to end that relationship. I need to end it as soon as possible, especially at our age. At a younger age, it's kind of hard because your maturity is not there. But when you reach a certain age where you can sit and talk and realize something, you need to get out of that relationship, because the next thing you know, like Courtney will be pregnant. I really don't want to be with her. Then she's going to leave. She's going to be pissed off at me. But that's stuff that you got to really think about and be honest, because you might really, and that's where honestly, where this is an actual real strength comes into play. Because honestly, the urge to have sex and like, oh man, she's putting out, so I'm just gonna stay with her, and then I'm gonna try to creep with her on the side because I really don't like her. That's where strength comes in, real mental strength, to be able to tell her, look, this is not working out. We're not together. We don't do nothing together. We don't really talk. What do we really like about each other? You're playing a role. I'm playing a role. We're not really happy together. It's time to go. Now, if you're married, you got to work through it, especially if you're married with kids. You got to work through it. You got to have counseling. You got to give it the try if there's no abuse going on. And that's another hard thing too. That ain't easy either, to try to work it out. And a lot of people ain't got the strength to do it. It's very difficult. That's why marriage is a tough thing. And that's why, especially with a lot of people not growing up in the family unit, a lot of people don't see the hard work that goes into it. That's why they call it hard. When you see people have been married for 20, 26 years, they don't tell you about the time that grandma pulled the knife on granddad, almost cut him over some stuff. But it requires a lot of mental strength, and it's very difficult. And that's it. Like I said, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed
that. That spot, that definitely, when you show up as who you are to them, and you guys don't like each other, absolutely. Once that veil comes, the rose shade breaks, and you get to see them for who they are, and you realize that you really don't like that person. I mean, I don't know, because people.
Wait, is Terrell in the studio? But Terrell like he's about to make some beats or something. He been like this, and he over there.
He on a treadmill.
No, I sit on the ball. I recommend everybody sit on the ball. It helps your lower back.
I'm wondering. You
in the Marines? Hey, you in the Marines?
Okay, you guys.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that. If we could give John the Baptist his time.
Now, can you tell me thank for my service too?
Logic, I told you that on Thursday.
Sorry about that, Mr. Logic. Yeah, thank you. Because you actually were in real combat, real battle. Yes, yeah. I never got shot at. I've been deployed all over. I've never been shot.
Look, I got shot too. Y'all want me to show y'all my bullet wound?
Oh God. Battle to battle. It begins.
You get naked?
Okay.
We can see because it's chat.
So if we could just give John so he can do his piece, and then we'll do
hate on me.
Thank you.
Logic.
Thank you, Logic, for your service. Thank you for taking that bullet.
Hey, no problem, brother. Anything for my strong black man.
So
black people.
So John, go ahead, John.
My question to the panel is, explain to me, what is your truth?
I just believe in truth. I don't believe it's your truth, her mama cousin's truth. It's the truth.
If you could add something more specific, because I'm not trying to be rude, but
No, I heard.
midnight.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just.
I just heard all night long. I'm sorry. I keep cutting you off. My bad.
No. Go ahead.
I just keep hearing your truth and this concept of your truth. And I'm confused because only truth I know is absolute truth. And so, if it's absolute truth, that means then your personal experience, my personal experience, is irrelevant to the truth. And that's what I struggle with in society because we can't nail anyone down to what's right or what's wrong if we based on how you feel. There has to be some absolute truth.
In this conversation, what are some of the examples of absolute truth that you saw as it relates to someone else's life?
So when it comes to like relationships, there is a direct plan for relationships. That's which I heard mentioned earlier. Which started in Genesis, in the creation story. And so for the young lady that said that, I can't remember her name, but she stated a opinion that if Eve wouldn't have ate the apple, then there wouldn't have been no kids. No, that's not true at all, according to text. Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying. There is absolute truth, and she didn't recognize that. Even whether she ate the apple or not, there would have been kids.
You're right.
Absolute truth, and now you're talking about something that you have no idea whether or not. Like, how could that be absolute truth?
The Bible is absolute truth.
That's a belief.
Before she ate the apple, he told them to be fruitful and multiply. So it would have been kids. Why you can't concede the facts?
No, I'm not. I'm logic. Just listen. I'm just saying.
Hold on.
That when we're talking about absolute truth, to talk about a belief system kind of just contradicts the whole absolute truth. But I'm just saying.
So
the truth.
Okay, as a Christian,
as different than
argue with Christians.
So as a Christian, I will say that Kay is right. I mean, I cannot go to someone that is Jewish or someone that is of another faith, and they have their perception about how it started or how it happened and invalidate that. All I can do is agree to disagree and respect it. But I can't say that is the truth and the ultimate truth for all human beings when there are people that are Buddhist, when there are people that are Jew, like I said, Jewish, that are Islamic. There are we just can't do that. If you want to talk about fact, 2 + 2 is 4 is a fact. But
okay,
I can say for me, we made
the agreement that 2 is 2.
But I cannot invalidate 4.
He said it's correct. It's a fact that the Bible said that before she ate the apple.
Right. It's the fact that the Bible says that, but what does that have to do?
Because we're talking about the Bible,
about people in general.
No, he was talking about. See, you don't listen. He was talking about the lady comment in regards to Adam and Eve even an apple. And he's absolutely right, because soon as God created man, before her ass even ate that apple, he told them to be fruitful and multiply. So he's absolutely right. Whether they would have ate the apple or not, they still would have had kids.
So let me say this too as well.
Everything that
let me say this as well.
I'm just trying to find the ultimate point. So the ultimate point was to correct her part of the Bible's verbatim that she got incorrect. That was the whole point.
So let me add on.
Was there a bigger point? Because if there was a bigger point, I'm trying to figure out how we get there.
Okay, there's a bigger point. I was trying to deal with the element of truth first. And let's deal with this. It wasn't an apple that Eve ate. Basically, what she ate from was the tree of knowledge. And the tree of knowledge was to know between good and evil. So because she ate the tree of good and evil, we now know what's good and evil. When God came back to the garden, he asked the question, where are you? Well, Adam said, I'm here because I'm naked. He knew what was right and what was wrong at that point. At that point, they didn't know what was right and what was wrong. They would have just acted as creation. But because we ate from the tree of knowledge, we now know what's right or wrong.
So again, like I asked, we're still clarifying the story, and I'm glad we've clarified it. But what is the Jews point to the topic?
So the Jew comment, the comment did what you just said earlier, Kayla. I'm sorry. getting confused, Kayla. The Jews and the Christians and the Muslims, although there's some ideology difference, we are still have the same base doctrine. We all Abraham religions, Abrahamic religions. So to get off this,
why anyone could subscribe to any one religion, because religion is
when
so
you look at
organized that it's
when
like
you look, when we look at when you mentioned the Buddhists, the Buddhist is a religion that starts from human perspective. The Abraham religion is the only one that comes from heaven down. So let me get off of this subject and kind of deal with the big issue. I heard some few things I wanted to discuss, and I wanted to just make that plain. That I think the concepts is wrong when you bring God into it. I want to deal with that part directly. The bigger issue I want to deal with is that when it comes to relationships, especially marriage, when it comes to marriage, I've been married for a few years. And so you can learn from other people's mistakes. You can learn from other people's mistakes. You should have to learn from your own mistakes, but you can learn from your mistakes too as well. I myself have learned from my mistakes in marriage, what to do and what not to do. I would want the same thing for my kids. I want my kids to learn from my mistakes, what to do and what not to do. So this cycle of repeated abuse or repeated failures should end. But the reason why it doesn't end is because we're too selfish to recognize our own errors. And we say comments like, well, you can't judge me because of my truth and my experience. But my experience and my truth doesn't equate to absolute truth. So whether you don't believe in absolute truth or not, therefore you can say, well, my truth and my error, whatever I want to do.
See,
well,
my
thank
issue
you
with
for
that is
sharing your opinion. Look, we gotta go soon.
okay.
I'm just, it's a little late. People gotta it's 12:15 almost. John, thank you for sharing your insight and thank you for supporting. Sorry to kind of rush you off a little bit, but we are trying to wrap it up because Kayla might not be coming back. I know how she like to do at the end.
No, John, take your time, John.
I'm here.
Time.
I am here. I am here.
John got time.
We can go ahead and
yeah, we here for about another hour and 13 minutes, John. We good.
You know what, JR? You have to stay. Come back, JR. JR, come back. You have to stay here.
Man.
Okay, I want to shoot you what my roach did today.
Man. Oh my God.
Wait,
now you light up for his roach.
Look at Kay. Now she don't want to go. We start talking about them roaches. She don't want to go. Y'all noticed that, right? Y'all peep that.
Kay don't want to go now. We'll be here an hour talking about roaches.
You guys are welcome to stay here.
All right, bye then.
Yeah, Kate. I mean, JR, you can
remember you are representing us here.
Kayla, just know I love you though. Even though I give you a hard time, I still love you.
I know.
Yeah.
He had to give me that same
he's having a sour
apology too.
Sweet now. He's a Sour Patch Kid.
I know he's sweet. Sour, he's sweet now, but then he'll be sour later.
Yeah, 2 seconds
back
later.
Sweet, then sour again.
I mean, he always just a troll.
Before you know it, sweet.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some t-shirts made for Logic. I was gonna say put a 1 in the chat. Mr. Logic and then put a 1 in the chat.
Now the back should say chat niggas. And then the front should
say I wasn't gonna say that word.
Oh man. Hey, Logic, those shirts, can we have chat niggas on the back?
It's too late. They already ordered.
I want some chat niggas.
Yeah, they already ordered. I'm sorry.
Lies.
Man, listen. Y'all want to talk about, I'm sorry, I just needed to say this because there's definitely a difference. Yes, of course, there's absolute truth, but absolute truth still is just, it exists in the realm of what you deem absolute truth.
What?
Like,
no, let everyone stay, talk, please.
I'm just saying, like, people, I don't know.
Y'all playing games with these cameras.
For I'm so sorry, but no, like folks.
All right, well, I'm hungry and I'm about to start eating right on camera if that's gonna be the case.
I want to know why you didn't answer, Kayla, my question.
What question?
About Scared Straight. Yeah,
I
you
still
talking
don't know what that
talking
is.
about what do the white people? What about the white people?
I haven't seen that show. I didn't know.
Man,
You started around my question, Kayla.
traumatizing people into a specific outcome.
I didn't put the link about Scare straight up in there. Why y'all want to say it was all about this?
So I think I don't know what you want me to say, but Scared Straight doesn't work for all kids. It works for some kids.
It doesn't.
To other kids, it would utterly traumatize them. To some kids,
Good,
they don't see that shit is nothing.
Y'all so concerned about
Now
it.
that's good. What?
Don't do it. No, run.
That's what Christianity teaches you.
That's why
Don't
I'm
do it or you go to hell.
That's why I'm
Burn in the
Christian.
gates of hell.
Yeah,
Courtney said that's why.
Yeah, I get the service lady to come back up here.
God give you organs to chew and die and burn.
That's why I love the Lord. He heard
Courtney said that is why.
I get the temp service lady to come back up.
That was funny.
Hey, Kay, can you get the temp service lady to come back up?
Huh?
What was her name? Temp service?
Oh my God, no, Temptation. Her name is Tay. Temptation.
I don't know if she's here.
Oh, I
Hey,
thought
don't
it
roll
said
your ass no more. Kay.
service. Oh, my bad. All right, I'm sorry, baby. Oh,
job. That's a job.
Temptation. My bad. Temptation. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I was talking to the man y'all say I don't have. So.
All right. Why you flip me up, though?
That ain't even look. We get. I got a man back here right now too. That don't mean I got a ring. I don't know why we justify a man without being a husband.
Courtney, there's a man back there right now.
Hey!
Wait, but that doesn't align with your not, being living upright and keeping to yourself and preserving yourself for your husband. What man you got there at this time of night?
Aren't you nosy?
I know,
and
right?
You don't know what this man is doing. This man could be the painter.
At 1 o'clock in the morning.
Painter at this time of night. What kind of paint he doing?
What are y'all talking about?
Seriously, through your
This man is all in my business. Oh, little nose ass.
What kind of paint he doing? It's a team it up.
Hey, hold on. What's going on?
Oh, okay.
Hold on, I missed it. What's going on? What happened? Logic, what happened?
Sideways.
I don't know what the fuck's going on. Temptation flipped me off. I think that's what they talking about.
Down chicka wow wow.
That was just easy. That was an easy joke to come through. That was an easy one. I couldn't help myself. Sorry.
Kay, you want to see my roaches?
No.
Yeah.
Temptation, do you get roaches?
Nobody wants to see them. They are not desired
at all.
Do you
You want to know what's kind of crazy is that I wound up ordering me some too.
No.
Yep.
What's going on with y'all?
Did you get the Halloween ones? Like,
don't worry about it. You'll see them when you see
Remind
them.
me to stay in separate hotels from y'all.
Logic, you said that
travel with
you were
y'all.
driving to
just don't bring them roaches.
Hold up, Lady T. This roach talk. You don't know that about it. I mean,
I'll go on mute.
You know what I'm saying? We ain't talking about your childhood right now. So go ahead.
I was just re-energized just now. Logic, you said that you were driving to Atlanta.
Damn, nigga, you.
Now wait a minute.
What?
That means
yeah.
He said it on the stream.
Wait, who said that?
Yeah, I'm driving.
He said it on the stream. Now,
why is that happening?
So he can bring the roaches.
He can't bring them on the flight?
I don't think.
No, I'm not going anywhere. I'm still here. Hey, you guys, how are you guys?
I'm not sure if you can or not. But anyway,
the internet.
Logic. So since you're driving, you can bring them in the car. And I told you
I got to get permission from the boss man before I bring some roaches to a live show.
JR is definitely on board.
Why is this the thing?
He's not.
No, look, the roaches cool as fuck the way they hiss. But why do they like to hide all the time? They like to come out at night and eat.
They are from Madagascar, and usually their natural habitat is on like the ground under leaves and things like that. You know, it's moist, it's dark, it's, you know, so they like it. It brings them down. That is what.
So it's a new thing that you can order. It's called a roach factory. I don't know. I guess it's for people that breed it, but you can make it it's a big area that they can move in around in. So I'm thinking about getting maybe 10 more.
What
No.
you're
Can you
going
guys
to
help me to understand what purpose do roaches serve?
Logic, you're gonna
They're not your typical hood roaches. These are exotic Madagascar.
So are you going to breed them so that you can eat them if life, you know, what I don't understand what purpose do these roaches serve? I know in Thailand they eat them. I don't know, like,
but I did some research, and then in Africa they actually have them as pets.
In America.
Y'all need to take
America,
your I cannot.
What purpose?
We have them as pets.
Hey, do y'all know the roaches'
I'm
name?
gonna stick with dogs.
Did I ever tell y'all the name of the roaches?
You named them?
From Madagascar, whispering or
that's
hissing.
How can you even tell them apart?
No, he's talking about like their actual names.
No, wait. Oh my God, you named them?
Like mine are Star and his are Anton. What did you say yours were?
Anton and Q. What's so funny?
I don't think that's bad.
Is that real? Is this real?
You want to see my roaches, baby?
I think
Elijah, go ahead, show 'em. Elijah, go ahead, show 'em.
I knew JR liked them. I knew it.
What is wrong with you?
I like how at the end of
I think those are great names.
Kayla,
He's
I
not
like
being
how at the end of
facetious.
each of our shows it becomes like a roach.
Not being facetious.
How it became a roach fest, but
it becomes just like a roach segment.
We'll see Anton and Q in Atlanta. It should be exciting. Are you going to bring yours too, Kay, so that they can bond?
I don't know if they can come on the plane.
How come you couldn't bring a roach on the plane?
I don't know.
Like,
they had snakes on the plane.
Logic, what do you do about that, Logic?
I am killing it tonight with my comedy.
Oh my God.
I'm killing it tonight with my comedy.
Oh, don't hold them. Don't
3
hold
minutes
them
in the microwave?
What? He tried to get away.
Just let them crawl on your hand so we can see it.
But he gonna crawl too much. Look.
No.
Aww, I like it.
He looks like a lightning bug.
That's
It
the
does sound like
Halloween
lightning bug.
That's disgusting.
That's what I said. But you know what?
So cute.
The little roach doesn't look as appalling, as disgusting. I still would never, though.
Y'all are thinking about like the German cockroach, the one that people see in their house. Like that's
Hey, Kay, why don't you go and show them yours?
I would have to
All
go
right. I love you guys so much.
Yeah, we all about
Thank
to
you
get
so
out.
much for coming to the Kay and Kayla show. Hang out.
Hey,
Stay here.
Come
Stay here
on.
for the after show with JR.
With
There are some
JR,
more spicy topics.
There's some spicy topics.
No, there really are. There's some that we didn't get to.
This Chicago.
So I'll let JR take y'all there. But
Hold up.
be safe and
Hey,
respectful.
Kay, I'm gonna tell you, this is my first roach secret, right? You ready, Kay? So I had a chick over last night, right? And I was playing with my roaches, and I forgot to wash my hands, and then we had doing some foreplay.
Oh my God.
Hey, that's my
Once they go in, they never come back out.
Huh?
You gave that girl
The Roach Motel.
That's horrible.
The Roach Motel. They check in, but they don't check out.
Ew.
Oh my God.
That's
Are you just saying that your hands were cross-contaminated or were the roaches still present? I'm confused. I'm not.
It's actually adorable how technical it is. It's crazy.
He let the roaches crawl.
Oh, I did. I'm saying my hand was cross contaminated. No,
You know what? Your hand could have touched much worse things like a doorknob. It really is. The roaches really aren't like dirty. So
Hey, look, I'm playing. It's a joke. Y'all joke on the people.
You have been joking all night.
Hey, Jay, give me my walking papers, man, because I can't ever joke.
I can't either.
I was hoping maybe she was watching and she could feel like at peace because the roaches aren't gonna like give her anything like a disease or anything. They're pretty.
I like. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time I hang with Anton because he got them horns.
Oh yeah, the horns. Yeah.
Yeah, so Anton got the horns, and then like Q like to just. She don't do much.
They're real.
That's really what he named them.
You really named them Anton and Q. And Q really don't do much.
No, I'm not saying it like that. I'm just
That's
saying.
Interesting.
I think the females. I mean, what's the do the females is not active as the males?
You know, the males can be a little bit more aggressive.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And they hiss more for sure.
Yes, and they hiss louder.
Yeah.
Y'all want to hear them hiss? I can bring them to the mic and let y'all hear it.
Wait, you said the females are more aggressive? They hiss more?
The males.
Yes.
Oh, so then
for at least mine are like that.
So then why did you name the boy Q and the girl Anton?
Why would I do that? That's disrespectful.
I mean, no.
Are you trying to?
Because I'm trying to understand why he names his roaches Anton and Q.
Hey, somebody in the chat said these men penises is dirtier than a roach.
Ooh, yuck. Yikes.
What? Kelly Savage, man.
What is going
What the fuck
is going
Is she coming on and going off? Like, what's going on?
JR keep doing that.
You know what? They swimming in the Aruba with them hammerhead sharks.
Hey, Mr. Logic, I miss you, baby. How are you? How are y'all?
What is going on, JR?
Swimming in Aruba with them hammerhead.
That's the chicken lady.
Who? What? The what?
The chicken lady. She's on the panel eating Popeyes.
Oh, I don't remember.
You don't remember that? Kay? Excuse me.
There was like chicken and corn on.
Hey, like your ass crazy. What you say? What that song you was singing?
Swimming in Aruba with them hammerhead sharks. Who is that, Young Troll?
Anyway, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. All I was saying is that you said the male is very aggressive, an aggressive hisser, and I was just thinking about how homegirl said that she's the aggressive hisser.
But see, I'm gonna tell you this though, because Kay, I want you to look at your advice too though.
Traits for the roaches.
Yes, but the female love orange slices, and the male don't touch it.
Maybe she's pregnant.
And you know where the babies were going? Right over the balcony.
Don't do that. Don't
know.
Oh my God! Wait, do they reproduce as much as the other ones do too?
They have litters of like 30 to 60 nymphs. They have.
Oh my God!
They're white.
What? Why would you want those?
He got them. He has a male. Well, the female can reproduce without the male like there at the time, but he has them. I think in the same enclosure. So.
Mm-hmm.
I think he wants
so
to.
They're going to end up pregnant because they're shaggy.
Oh my God!
He wants to be a roach.
So wait, time out. Like. Oh my God! So wait. So you want them to like? They're pets. So like, what if they like reproduce and like take over your house? Like,
so look. Let me confess. I was not interested in roaches at all. Right? And I heard Kay, and I thought about it. Hey, look. Y'all think I'm a dirtbag nigga and all that shit, and I don't give a fuck. But I like to.
I don't think that at all.
Fuck what you think anyway. I'll just say I like to sit here and when she was talking about it, and I was listening to it like on the streams, and then she actually convinced me to try it. It's a different experience.
I mean, that's cool, but I'm talking about the reproduction now. Like, I mean, it's not cool for me. It's cool for you. Good job. Happy for you.
You can sell them things for $25 a piece for a pair.
You said how much?
$25 a pair.
And they, like I said, they have 30 to 60 nymphs, and then they reproduce fairly quickly. It's like, I think gestation is like 60 days.
Listen, I came from like where
German roaches.
That's infestation.
Mhm.
Like you can't. I'm thinking about women who like say now like you're in a house with your woman and she wants to run around naked. She sleeps naked, and one of your roaches run out and crawl inside of her. Like,
Nah,
The Roach Motel.
hey, yeah, hey, they probably crawl up in there, go to sleep, and start reproducing.
in somebody's mouth. Like, why? Like, what?
What?
I don't know.
Not where I thought you were going with
You have holes.
How the roach
You have roaches.
How is the roach?
But they not like the ghetto roaches that we used to. Like they don't eat like slop and shit like that. And no, I'm just saying they like they really pick it. The girl roach would not eat kale at all. Every time I see the male, he'll take a piece of kale and he'll turn it over on him and he'll just eat like that.
I mean,
the girl will sit there and she'll stay next to that orange slice.
Logic, your roaches live in sheer opulence, like literally like high rise. They have moved on up. Your roaches are
the Jeffersons
class. Yeah.
But they gotta be like their daddy. I stay in a high rise, so why would I have my roaches living in anything less? Hey, did you see him? I got him AstroTurf.
I saw that. My mom was talking about it. She was like, is he gonna use the cocoa husk or is he just gonna keep that AstroTurf?
Now I thought about what you said, that research that they wanted to hide. They come out at night, so I figured that I'd do it. And but I got the AstroTurf and another little thing that actually underneath it, it costs like maybe $10, but it actually keep the tank warm.
Oh, you got a warming like mat that goes underneath?
Yeah, it was something, I don't know.
You know what this just really hit for
going
me?
to reproduce. Like,
You know what just hit for me, guys? Logic is such an amazing guy. He has such a good heart that he'll treat even a roach to luxury.
No, his roaches are literally like living in luxury.
No, because the roaches listen, the women don't. See,
Mine have like a town.
The roaches clearly don't listen because the girl roach still don't want your kale. You're wasting your money on kale.
If my roaches was like the women, I would already had them at the front door.
No, Logic, seriously though, seriously, you having those conditions like warm and damp and all that, I guarantee you are going to be a roach grandfather very soon, within the next couple of months.
Do you want me to send you some roaches when I get them?
Yes, but you have to wait till they get a little mature first.
Yeah. I understand.
But I'm telling you, with those conditions, right, it's gonna happen. Let me know if you see the Utica come out.
You guys are so cute about this, but it's so weird. Oh my god.
It's called the Utica. Utica.
Yeah.
And that's like what, like a egg sac or something like that?
Yeah. My husband calls me Utica only because I always say
Ooh, I like it.
It's the eggs it's the roach's egg sac. So it's not like he calls me that because
less romantic.
At one point I had him checking on the Utica a lot because I was like, can you just check like if he was home and I wasn't home?
Yeah. The chick downstairs in my that work at the concierge service or whatever the fuck that shit is, the desk. She loved them roaches. She be asking about them roaches every day. She from South Africa though. She loved them roaches. Oh shit, Mr. Logic.
Everybody loves
this bitch. Mr. Logic, how's the roaches? Can you bring them down? Yeah, I could bust her wide open on a snap of a finger. Bye.
Everybody loves them once they get to know them.
Who left?
Everybody.
Station left. Temp service left.
First of all, her name's not temp service, it's temptation, and she's hosting her boo. It's after hours.
I was just listening y'all talk about roaches. I ain't have nothing to add. It's not my ministry.
Is you gonna come back and join us?
I'm sorry, huh?
Is you gonna come back and join us?
I mean, if I'm invited, I was invited. That's how I was able to join the first time.
I'm sorry for being so mean to you.
Oh, I don't have a problem with that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm really a nice
I'm
guy.
used to angry black men.
You said what?
I'm used to angry black men.
You said I do it because I'm a black man?
No, I'm used to angry black men.
See?
Wow.
Now I was trying to be nice to your black ass, right? All you gonna do?
I'm just listen. I'm gonna be honest. I have this thing that I'm be on called Clubhouse, and after being on Clubhouse, there's nothing a man in life can say that will get me out of character.
Hello, motherfucker.
All right.
Yeah, where does black angry man theory come from?
Oh, it's a bunch of angry black
There's
men
a
out
lot
there.
of angry black men.
A lot of
Especially
bitter
ones who
black
don't
men
know
out
how to
here
get
too.
around.
What lane do y'all run in when y'all see these angry black men? When these unhealthy angry black men? What lane do
Not
y'all
in real life. Not around me.
I'm gonna be
love
honest. The men I associate myself with, my dad is not angry. Niggas I talk to ain't angry. Only angry person I know is my baby daddy. I don't talk to him either. So.
Oh, really?
Oh, so did you choose your dad?
Huh?
Did you choose your dad?
Actually, I did because I don't talk to my biological father. My mom chose my stepdad, and I chose to continue to have a great.
So you didn't choose your dad though.
Not my biological father, no.
You didn't choose your stepdad either though. Your mom chose him.
Yeah, but then after adulthood, I was able to continue to keep choosing him or choose the father that I met.
To wake up
Hey, but temptation. If I send you a roach, would you take it?
I have 2 boys, so they'll love it probably.
Yes, they make really good pets. And you said you have a 3rd grader, 8, right?
Yeah, well, he's turning 8, so he'll be 3rd next year.
Do you want me to send you a roach, temptation?
I'm sorry, huh?
Do you want me to send you a roach?
I guess we can always send it to someone else.
Send it to who?
In the event that it does not go with the feng shui of my house, it may have to depart.
Them roaches will be the best accessory in your house. What are you talking about?
In the whole setup. It's very luxurious.
Okay. My kids are really gonna judge me for this, and
they're gonna love it. They're gonna love it.
Wow, this is ghetto.
Because I'm just trying to have a natural conversation with you about
I
something.
I literally said I will take it. Thank you so kindly.
I think that's really nice.
I appreciate that. See how we getting off on a better foot?
Mm-hmm.
Cats like y'all on code.
All right, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Kay. I think somebody in the back trying to come up.
Let them come up.
Get out of here. So maybe next time. Bye, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Good night, everyone. Good night. Thanks,
too early, but that's okay. My gym workout was phenomenal. Before I went home, I decided to stop over at my mother's house. I haven't seen my mother in 2 months. I know she's going to be very surprised to see me. I can't wait. What the? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The first thing I noticed was this person's skin. What is going on? Uncomplicated, untreated skin? Who is this guy? I had to take a step back, but then I realized it was my brother. But look at his skin. Have you guys ever seen anything like that? I had to take a closer look and figure out what was going on. Best believe I crept up on him. Peep this. I'm still looking at his skin, trying to figure out how did we get here. I could do nothing but shake my head. He could definitely use my help. I had to get to the bottom of this. He definitely needed some game about his skin. I'm just staring at it, like looking at it. Come on, bro. I knew what to do. I had to reach in my bag and get that Tiege Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Bro, this is why I'm excited to have Tiege Hanley as the sponsor of today's video. They have helped me start and maintain my skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like you and me. I recommend you start with their level 1 system, which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and the grime on your skin, a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells, an AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. My brother was so excited. My favorite part about Tiege Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. Shout out to Tiege Hanley. And because Tiege Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Tiege Hanley for the best possible price, but they'll also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. Feel the Tiege. Let the Tiege force be with you. There you go. Hey, man. Hey, that show was crazy, man, especially about them damn sundresses.
Man, you know, I've been sitting here thinking about that for a long time. I don't like the way they be disrespecting me about them sundresses, though. They don't understand how serious them things is, though, bro.
Bro, that shit is serious as hell, man. The way that shit be hugging. Hey, I gotta ask you something, though. Real talk, real talk.
What's up? What's up?
You really have them sundresses?
I not only got a sundress, I was trying to I bought me a sewing kit the other day. I
know you lying, right?
I was trying to actually.
Shit.
Yeah, I was going to take the. Let's see. See, look. I was going to take the Louis Vuitton logo, and I was going to put it on. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's almost ready though. But and I'm learning how to sew though. But you know what I'm saying? That's either here nor there.
Man, who would ever know, man? You got some hidden talents, man.
Hey, bro,
Check
I'm
your
trying.
ass out.
I got a home. My homegirl, she own a business though, and then they actually, you know what I'm saying, they'll make anything that we present. You know what I'm saying? We can have like, you know what I'm saying, the Lapeef Network sundress.
Straight up,
bro.
You bullshitting, man. You bullshitting, man.
Bro,
hey, that might be a good ass idea though. Real talk.
Look. Say no more, man. I'm gonna make this phone call, cuz. Let me see what her number is.
Who you calling? You calling her?
Yeah, I mean she got her own business. So let me see.
Shit, man. Let me see. Let's see. Go ahead.
What is it under? Jump off clothing line. All right, here you go. Let's see. Hold on. I'm calling right now. I mean, hey, can you imagine the women in the Lapeef Network that wearing the Lapeef Network sundresses? Spring edition? Man, hold on, wait. Let me call her. Let's go. Let's see. Hold this right number. I hope she's out of business.
Your ass capping, man.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi, thank you for calling Wholesale Clothing, where we sell sundresses for less so you can look your best. How can I help you today?
Oh no, we thinking about actually launching Lapeef Network sundress line. So can you help us with that?
I sure can. Okay, so what we can do is I can place an order for you on your behalf, and you just kind of let me know what you're looking for as far as color. I can email you a quote after this call is done. Would you like to buy bulk, wholesale, or per piece?
That's the problem we run into, right? So we got like a lady, like, you know what I'm saying? We got thick ladies, and then we got like little slim ladies, but we want it to fit everybody. But one thing that we don't want a water resistant. We want when water hit it, you know what I'm saying? It just
hang up, man. It's some bullshit, man. Can she hear me? Oh shit, my bad.
Hello, how you doing?
Are we on a three-way call? So
No.
would you like to call me back at a later time when it's better convenient for you? I am going to get you and your boyfriend over to the escalations department.
Oh, really?
What she say? What she say?
Oh, really?
Hold on. What she say?
She trying to play us, bro. Look, man, let us talk to your manager, man. I don't even want to talk to you no more because you probably, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what you is. You probably in the suburbs of Atlanta. Let me talk to your manager.
Would you mind if I place you on a brief hold while I try to get a supervisor on the line?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you for holding. Hello. Thank you for calling Wholesale Clothing, where we sell sundresses for less so that you can look your best. My customer service rep on the line told me that you're having a problem placing the order. How can I assist you today, sir?
Ooh, you my type. I'm telling you, look, check this out. You my type already. Look, that little chick that we had talked to earlier, you need to get rid of her. You my type, baby.
Okay, well, at the end of this call, there is a brief survey, but if you would like for me to take a complaint, I can do that also. So what I have on the list so far is you are looking for some sundresses for the fit, the slim, non-water resistant, and you want all colors?
We want
now,
all
would that
colors.
be on one dress or you want multiple pieces, sir? Because
Right.
it's going to take all day to do nothing.
Ooh, I like you. Look, check this out.
Don't she?
We want it. Whatever you'll wear, that's what we want. You are our type of audience. So we want whatever
Okay, do you
wear.
want form fitting? Do you want knee length? Do you want ankle length? Do you want booty short length? Like, what is it that you're looking for,
We
sir?
want all lanes, baby. All lanes. You know what I'm saying? We want easy access. So we want
focus, Logic. Focus. Get the dress, man. Damn.
All right, look, baby, check this out.
Yes.
Look,
Man,
just
City Boys down, man.
It sounds like you need a dress with shoulder pads, too.
shoulder pads. What we need shoulder pads in the dress for, baby?
Because, you might got somebody else on the line that might want to get into a dress, too. I'm just saying.
Oh.
Hey, she can hear me?
Yeah, she can hear you, bro. I told you on three-way.
What'd she say? What'd she say?
Oh, no. She said you trying to get in a sundress.
We can put it in it, too, if you want that. That's a specification that we can add.
Oh, hold on. I can hear you now. Hold on. Who you talking to?
Okay, first of all, sir, there needs to be one person that's placing the order. Are you going to be issuing the credit card that we're going to be using to place the order? I need to speak to the person that's going to be giving the credit card.
Hang up, man. I ain't about to argue with no damn chick. Man, hang up.
No, look, man. We need to make these sundress orders.
Want to wear a sundress with shoulder pads.
Look, check this out, baby. Check this out. Look,
yes.
Check this
How
out,
can I
babe.
help you?
Check this out.
Mm-hmm.
You from East Atlanta, right? That what y'all business at, right? So,
Hell no, I'm from California.
okay, College Park. That's even better. Look, I'm finna go in and send you this dick pic right now. And I see this dick pic. And then now, if
Excuse me?
you heard what I said?
Why would you be sending a heterosexual woman a dick pic when it's two men on here talking about they looking for dresses, fit, trim, non-water resistant, all colors, and easy accessible?
Look,
I'm not your type, sir, and I definitely don't think I'm your demographic that you would like to purchase these dresses for.
you is my type, you my demographic, and if you want this Spun Davis dinner, you'll act right. Is that what you want? Hey, get right, ma'am. Let us do this sundress orders, and then we gon' matter of fact, we gonna talk, and then we gonna come back with you later. Is that fine with you?
Okay, so thank you. Please stay on the line for a brief survey.